Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and the warmest of welcomes to the Green Hydrogen Summit here at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2025. My name is Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham, and it is my honor to be your Master of Ceremonies for this auspicious event today. I truly hope that you've had a fantastic week so far and enjoyed the networking and forging new connections and indeed reinforcing established ones to help us all on our collective path towards a more sustainable future. This event is a landmark gathering where we will explore the transformational potential of green hydrogen in shaping today and tomorrow's world. Today, we have a very comprehensive agenda for you. We will guide you through the critical elements in shaping the hydrogen economy, from ecosystem development and infrastructure needs to global trade mechanisms. We will also look at innovative financing solutions and practical industry applications. We'll also explore policy frameworks, technological advancements, and international collaboration and partnerships, so critical to our collective success as we accelerate hydrogen adoption right across the sectors. Whilst, of course, always ensuring that there is an equitable global distribution through standardization and those all-important green corridors. So, let's get started, and without further ado, allow me to introduce to you our first speaker, who will outline how Abu Dhabi is fostering an innovative ecosystem for hydrogen development. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our first guest, Carlos Gasco, the Energy Policy Executive Director for the Department of Energy in Abu Dhabi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really my pleasure and my honor to be here today highlighting some of the key features of the hydrogen ecosystem of Abu Dhabi. One that is particularly relevant, and it is especially important, this hydrogen summit this year is particularly important in the view of the Department of Energy. In the last few years, we have seen a lot of movement, massive expectations, some heated debates, some ups and downs in everything related to the hydrogen economy, the future of hydrogen, the low-carbon hydrogen. But I want to be very clear here. From the Department of Energy, where we are steering the energy transition of the Emirate to make it competitive, seamless, and predictable, we have clarity and certainty around how important hydrogen is, low-carbon hydrogen. Because as we have been moving towards the lower-hanging fruits, decarbonizing the grid, reducing emissions, installing renewables, taking advantage of the capacities of our nuclear reactors, we are now running into a new phase of the energy transition where hard-to-abate sectors will actually be more and more relevant. The UAE has a very important industrial sector and has clearly a lot of ambition around the growth of industry. But that growth has to be made compatible with economic, social, and environmental sustainability. And then is when we see that hydrogen is a fundamental piece. There is no decarbonized industry future, sustainable industry in the future, if we don't have low-carbon hydrogen at a competitive rate and fully available to fuel those hard-to-abate sectors. For that reason, the Department of Energy has been working for the last few years in creating the conditions for hydrogen to flourish in the Emirate. And I think, as I said before, this meeting is particularly relevant because we are approaching that tipping point. We're getting somewhere very soon. Last year, we launched the low-carbon hydrogen policy. That was a milestone and, first of a kind in the region and in very many other developed jurisdictions where we streamlined the business case. We identified the partners, and I'm more than happy to, welcome the efforts of our colleagues and friends from ADNOC and Mazda. We defined the way that we could capture the cost reductions, that we could share the infrastructures. And with that in mind, we also created a government committee to de-risk and support the development of hydrogen. That policy has been in place for almost 1 year now. It will be followed in 2025, and next year when we meet here, we will probably see that we have a development in the terms of regulation, for instance, around certification scheme or licensing schemes or technical regulations for low-carbon hydrogen, which together will bring hydrogen to the place where it can be or where it has to be, which is, as I said, the key technology that will allow us to decarbonize those sectors which are difficult to decarbonize. I think what we have now is a landscape which is almost fully finished, prepared, and we're working on some of the details that will allow the companies that want to operate in the Emirate to make the investments with the clarity, with the predictability, and with the cost efficiency that will be able to provide the value of those investments to the economy of the UAE, and particularly to the economy of Abu Dhabi. It is now time for those actors that believe that the role of hydrogen is clear to take advantage of the possibilities that we have in the Emirate, because the Emirate of Abu Dhabi is open for business when it comes to low carbon hydrogen. I would like to and your energy is going to be the fundamental driver to making hydrogen a reality that will materialize in the years to come. Thank you very much, and I wish you have a very fruitful day with all these discussions, which will open the eyes to so many things which are fundamental to the future investment in the hydrogen landscape. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency. Thank you very much indeed to Carlos for his inspiring words at the top of our Green Hydrogen Summit here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're about to hear from a speaker sharing invaluable insights on how to accelerate the global green hydrogen revolution and truly pave the way for a cleaner, brighter future. Please welcome to the stage Ivana Yemokova, the CEO of the Hydrogen Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address you here today on behalf of the Hydrogen Council, the world's largest and the only CEO-level global industry initiative on hydrogen. Let me begin by thanking our wonderful host at Masdar for creating this exciting forum. And we are extremely proud to welcome Masdar as a board member of the Hydrogen Council starting this month, because we know that their unwavering commitment to renewable energy and hydrogen will be key to our collective success. As the CEO of the Hydrogen Council, I have the enormous pleasure and privilege to spend a lot of time with you and your great teams around the world and witness firsthand the exciting transformation the industry is making globally. Today, I want to highlight our progress, be clear-eyed about the challenges ahead, and make some concrete recommendations for the path forward so that we can fully realize the potential of hydrogen as a key contributor and enabler to the global energy transition. Let me start with the good news. Hydrogen is happening. Hydrogen is happening. In fact, the data could not be clearer. In just the last 4 years, we have seen a 7-fold increase in committed capital to hydrogen around the world. 434 projects have now passed final investment decisions. We're no longer talking announcements, PowerPoints, ambitions. We are talking about real money, real projects, and an industry that is maturing. Hydrogen is happening. Speaking from Abu Dhabi, I want to note that the Middle East has emerged as an important player and contributor to this success. Alone, the region holds over 10% of the world's electrolysis capacity past FID. And furthermore, perhaps even more excitingly, 45% of the region's committed investments are directed towards hydrogen infrastructure, a clear signal of the vision for the future. Now let's talk about what's ahead. This is not the first time we are scaling a clean energy solution. So we know the journey is not without its hurdles. Whether it's unclear or ever-changing policy, macroeconomic factors such as inflation, supply chain constraints, or simply expectation management and public trust. We've been there before. It always starts with a bold ambition, new vision, excitement, a rush to do in the shortest period of time what we know inevitably takes generations and is necessary. From the experience of wind, semiconductors, batteries, and others, we know that not every project succeeds. We know that not every idea materializes and every startup scales up, but that is normal. In fact, that is a sign of maturation, the sign that we're growing up as an industry and ultimately getting stronger. These are the moments that also define our mission. These are the moments we need to remember why we are on this journey and critically stay focused. So let's remind ourselves that we are starting from a good base, that the first chapter has been a successful one, that hydrogen's project success rates are on par with the early days of the solar and wind industry. All very good news. The biggest question now is what we do next. How we write the next chapter of the hydrogen story. So we know we need to continue the trajectory. We need to see another 8-fold growth in committed capital by 2030. That is a challenging mission, but not an impossible one. And we know what's critical to get there. 3 things. Demand. In fact, I should say demand, 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 because that's been the story of Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week over the last 2 days. I had the great privilege to attend fantastic roundtables on fertilizer. The idea of lead markets, where we can, in the near term, show that it is possible, get it done, and step by step build confidence and scale. Secondly, efficient regulation, ensuring that clear, streamlined, practical policies are enacted to support the positive business case and project execution. In today's world, that kind of thing is an obvious challenge, but I was personally extremely encouraged by visiting with the new leadership of the European Commission just last week alongside our friends at Hydrogen Europe and other key associations, and the message was crystal clear. Europe wants and needs hydrogen to be a success and is ready to work with business to put forward policies and tools and practical steps to make part of the new clean industrial deal for Europe that could ultimately help unleash the global snowball of hydrogen activity. And last, infrastructure. Both the hardware and the software that we need to enable and underpin a global interoperable market for hydrogen that will allow us to define, verify, and most importantly, value the carbon attributes of our clean molecules. In conclusion, the global hydrogen revolution is no longer a vision. It is happening. From unprecedented investments to groundbreaking projects, the progress is undeniable. Our success depends on what we do next, and collaboration remains key. We must work hand in hand to advocate for hydrogen, to build, and to continue the success story. On behalf of the Hydrogen Council, I want to thank you all for your leadership, commitment, and courage. And I look forward to our continued collaboration with you all, building on that first successful chapter and writing the next one, an even more exciting one, together. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to Ivana. And ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for all of our fantastic keynote speakers so far at the Green Hydrogen Summit at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Please join me in saying thank you to them for their esteemed comments this morning. Much more to come today. We have a packed agenda for you, inspirational figures you'll hear from, and leading companies in the hydrogen space. Next on the agenda, we're going to have an engaging segment and a fireside chat, focusing on the hydrogen economy, pioneering trade models for global growth. It is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage His Excellency Suhail Mohammed Al-Mazroui, Cabinet Member and Minister of Energy and Infrastructure for the United Arab Emirates, joined by our moderator, John Defterius.
Okay, good morning. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Good. This is excellent because the title of our session, Your Excellency, is dealing with setting up kind of the trade apparatus, bring down barriers to facilitate hydrogen. And there's been a lot of excitement for hydrogen with the US legislation to underwrite innovation and for deployment. But I think it's a good time for us to take a acid test, if you will, where we are today, how the UAE sees it, and what would take for us to get wide-scale deployment in that market, if that makes sense to you. We had an excellent chat yesterday about where we are for the UAE in hydrogen, but I was going to use the analogy, if I may, about solar and wind. So if we roll back 20 years when solar was deployed, everybody says it's so expensive. And the same thing with wind, and we even had, because of inflation, bottlenecks for wind deployment, and some of the projects had to be canceled or at least delayed. Can I make that comparison, initial stages of solar and wind, and the same for hydrogen, and we can drive prices down? What's your view?
Well, first of all, it's great to be addressing this important subject with you, John, and I would like to welcome everyone to Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Abu Dhabi and the United Arab Emirates have been at the forefront of the sustainability, I would say, even before many countries considered it. I would say going back to 2006, our leadership thought about it, established Masdar City, with an aspiration to use sustainable forms of energy, as all finite resources are going to finish one day. And with the growth demand driven by AI requirements for power, we would need hydrogen as well to be a key contributor to the future. So I can tell you from the beginning, talk about hydrogen, UAE have demonstrated its interest and its ability to become one among the leading regulators of this business, among the leading investors in this business, and a promoter of low carbon and green hydrogen here in the Emirates and also elsewhere where we can invest. And I'm going to give you examples of how we look at it. When we regulated the transportation, the hydrogen cell cars, we were among the first countries in the world to regulate the use of hydrogen cell cars, even though it was just at the beginning. We also started putting a strategy on how much we are going to produce, and we are aiming to produce 1.4 million ton of low carbon to green hydrogen by the year 2030, 2031. But you look at the reality, already in Ta'ziz, we are seeing more than 2 million ton of hydrogen derivatives announced and going to the market. So I agree with the chair of the council. We are seeing project, we are seeing keenness from the private sector in producing a low carbon derivatives, ammonia and others of hydrogen. And we are seeing an interest as well to further reduce the cost of hydrogen, of green hydrogen, to make the market for it. Now, internationally, our investment companies are also looking at investments in hydrogen. ADNOC acquisition of 35% in the Baytown in the United States, together with ExxonMobil, is a demonstration of our interest as a country in investing outside even the Emirates. And if you look at the transportation sector, we already have two commercial stations where hydrogen is available to the customers. And the government have invested in hydrogen buses to be used. This is just at the beginning of creating the market in the transportation. If we move to the aviation, we are working with IATA on the SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, and the market there will be created worldwide. It doesn't make big sense to just talk about a country when you're creating a market for hydrogen. When you talk about creating a market for hydrogen, you need to talk about the globe. You need to talk about major demand centers. One is the aviation industry, and SAF is the solution, and that will create a market for the aviation. We are working with the IMO as well on the sea transportation, and see how much we can create a market there.
These are very interesting sectors, though, because aviation, the UAE is a major player, right, with global carriers. Obviously in shipping with your ports here, the Khalifa port, and obviously in Jebel Ali as well. So that's interesting scale as a business opportunity. You said something very profound on a call we had to discuss this session, that you need the business community to invest in R&D for major breakthroughs. So for example, the Chinese are trying to refine the hybrid engines. We know what they're doing in EVs on a very large scale. They drove down the cost. And they're working on that battery storage for vehicles to be lighter and to have the hydrogen mix to be much more refined, to give you greater distance length as well. Is that what you're looking for, to say, okay, that's a breakthrough, then deployment, and then we see demand?
Yes, that's definitely one aspect, but there are other aspects as important as well. Now, when we talk about hydrogen, what is attractive to many companies now is the low carbon hydrogen or the derivatives of that, whether it's ammonia and others. And they are attractive commercially if you compare them with pure green hydrogen, which we need to work in reducing the cost of it. It's there, it's available, but if you look at all of the projects on the world, you will see more into the colored hydrogen than the green hydrogen because of the cost advantage. And I think the R&D, I am optimistic that we will see transformation in the few years in commercializing more green hydrogen projects. The application of hydrogen in transportation, for example, and reducing or extending the range of a hydrogen cell car is definitely one of the enablers for promoting it more. Exactly like you rightly mentioned in the EVs. The early generation of the EVs had problems of the cost even of the chargers, the cost of the car, and nowadays we see it even in hybrid, extending the range significantly with the combination of hybrid cars with much smaller engines, much less pollution, and extended range that in certain cases it can go to 2,000 kilometers. So those are the game changers. And I'm sure we're going to see them in hydrogen. But creating the market is rather evolution, not a revolution. And it's happening.
Good. I think this interview is being streamed as well. A lot of people don't know that cost differential you're talking about. So green hydrogen, it's about $400 a barrel equivalent. For blue hydrogen, and I won't go to the other shades of the rainbow, but it's about $240 depending on where you are in the market. The Murban's trading nearly $80 a barrel today. That's a huge spread, right? That's the reality today. But is that a decade-long journey to bring it in parity with oil and natural gas?
I think it's efficiency, and efficiency will evolve to extend the range, for example, and we talked about that. Early EV cars used to be very expensive, and it had to be subsidized. I can tell you today, we're not subsidizing EVs. And even we figured we don't need to, one of the challenges was who's gonna invest in the infrastructure? And it's exactly the same challenge we have with hydrogen. Nowadays in the EVs, with the regulations we have recently done in the UAE, the private sector was interested to invest in the infrastructure because we created a price per kilowatt that enabled the private sector to put the right investments and make those projects viable from a finance point of view. So are the governments going to put the whole investments in hydrogen? That's one thing to aspire for, but I can tell you it's going to be a problem if we assume all of the governments are going to put all of the infrastructure. I think the council with the CEOs are trying to make the private sector contribute to the infrastructure that is required for hydrogen. And that all of that is going to bring to make the cost comparison, if you compare it to hydrocarbon, or gasoline or diesel, if you compare it with EVs. But are we going to use one, or is one going to replace the others? I have my doubts on that theory. I think we're going to see a mix of technologies. They will compete with each other, and people will choose what makes sense. I would like to give an example of how did we look at solar. I remember a discussion 5 years ago I had with someone. He said, solar have limitations. You are only going to get 20-30% maximum of your electricity, and then you need to complement it with something else. And if you did complement it, the cost of batteries is going to be prohibitive. But what we have demonstrated to the world here in Abu Dhabi.
You're talking about Dr. Sultan's opening address.
Yes, the one gigawatt of continuous solar 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days a week. That combination of 19 gigawatt of battery storage with 5 gigawatt of solar panels will give you a 1 continuous gigawatt of green energy that was not seen a few years back.
That's the innovation you're talking about then. So it is thinking out of the box for deployment. You made allusion to what's the role of governments, post-financial crisis, which seems like almost yesterday, and post-pandemic, which was kind of a strange window of time because that time seemed to disappear. The OECD countries are burdened with debt. So we have a new president that wants to do a lot of permitting for strategic minerals, for solar panels and wind turbines and battery storage, wants to go long on oil and gas, counterbalanced with Germany that wants to go all in on green hydrogen, right? So we have industrial countries that see it quite differently. But does the new administration kind of kill off hydrogen if you don't want to underwrite that deployment? The IRA deployed about $100 billion into new projects. Not a lot of it went into hydrogen.
Well, the role of governments, one, we need to properly regulate this industry. And now we lack that. That's why UAE was among the first countries to call for an alliance, the Hydrogen Alliance.
Absolutely true, yes.
And we thought if we go and regulate it ourselves without the rest of the world, then we will be fooling ourselves. And we will be preventing ourselves from the knowledge of engagement with the rest of the world. That's why with like-minded countries who are keen on the developments of hydrogen, we are now growing this alliance, and we will be hopefully together putting the regulations or the right regulations for production, transportation, and different technologies that are required. How can we work with the council and others who are representing the business community in focusing on the right things? How can we enable the move toward a greener forms of energy where hydrogen takes a key role on that energy mix? I think that's the role of the governments, and also to think and practically think with all of the debt in so many countries, can they finance the infrastructure, or are we going to make it commercially viable for the private sector to come and do it? I am with the second option, because I believe that subsidy is not sustainable, and you need to create a model where efficiency is working together to reduce the cost. At the end of the day, we have a duty toward the consumers, whether they are in Europe, in UAE, or anywhere. The consumers cannot pay a prohibitive or a cost expansion because we want just to be greener, and because we selected for them to have a greener form of energy. We need to be smart enough to figure that we need to make the greener and the cleaner affordable. And that's the role of the government, to balance those two. If we're just offering the people and the consumers a more expensive solution, then we will end up either subsidizing it as governments, which is not going to be a viable option because of what you mentioned, the debt and the financial issues that governments could go through. But how do we balance that, working with the community, working with the council, which represent the CEOs of the companies, to make it as attractive as solar today or renewable energy today? It's a no-brainer. Everyone is investing in it, not because we're pushing it to the system or to the people, but we are creating with the industry a logic for it to become cheaper, more sustainable, and cleaner at the same time.
Good. You know, what's extraordinary is that this is marking 2025 is your 12th year, a dozen years as the minister. And I wanted to have you add the second wave of the portfolio in this instance is infrastructure. You touched upon it, but I think it's really important. In my move back to the UK, I don't get the new modern infrastructure of the UAE, but one thing, you know, new sales for EVs now, the UK is leading Europe. 30% of all new cars sold are EVs, but the infrastructure doesn't support it. So the reason I raise that is, how do you get the right infrastructure in place and the timing to support hydrogen?
Well, our leadership, as I told you, we are trying to be logical. When we regulate, we are trying to be logical. And as a government, you can put whatever technologies or in the infrastructure, but you cannot be up to the market unless you combine that with a commercial model for the private sector. So we thought of putting since the cost of electricity here is very competitive compared to anywhere else in the world, and I think it's way cheap compared to many countries around the world, we decided to put an investment, the recoup of the investment as part of the equation. And that is promoting the private sector to go and invest in the ultra high speed charging stations. People will not wait half an hour to charge their EVs. They want to, if they can do it in 5 minutes, if they can do it in the future in 2 minutes or 3 minutes, that's what they want to do. And how can we ensure that whatever infrastructure we put is going to be keeping up? It has to be something commercial for the private sector. So that's how we regulate it. And I have my hopes that it's going to be successful, and it could be a role model for many countries where they allow in the price. The problem in many countries that they already, the cost of electricity with all of the taxes associated with that is very, very high. And that makes it difficult for them. In some cases, they have to subsidize. But the subsidy is not sustainable.
Good. I want to broaden out our interview, if I may, here, on what you see going ahead and what have we learned, for example, out of Russia, Ukraine. You know, the energy trilemma. I've done interviews with you in the past about sustainability, access to energy, and whether it's cost effective, right? Did we learn anything here about balancing out our energy portfolios? It's not an issue for the UAE, right, because of the diversity of its supplies. You brought nuclear onto the system. You have the hat of sitting in OPEC Plus as well. Did we learn how to map better to foster innovation, in, for example, with electric vehicles or in hydrogen for industry or hydrogen within hybrid cars? Did we learn anything in this journey of sustainability, net zero by 2050, but at the same time providing energy for consumers? Or are we going to go back and just reset to where we were before the pandemic?
Well, I hope that countries have learned that balancing a future energy portfolio without prejudice to one form of energy is one of the learnings. I mean, if something that we learned recently is the increase on the demand for power, which is going to triple. Dr. Sultan in the opening showed a prediction of the demand increase in electricity.
Particularly because of AI and then quantum computing right after.
Yes. Those huge data centers are going to spread all over the world, and they will double and maybe triple the demand on energy. While we have some finite resources, we are seeing some depletions, we're seeing some lack of investments in some forms of energy. I think it's a one-sided to just think that I'm going to force X and Y forms of energy into my people and I'm going to balance it. I think the world will need every electron we can generate if we are serious about the transformation toward AI and toward data centers. If we are serious about making those requirements, we need to think of the grids that needs to be replaced. No one is talking about it.
Well, we did hear, and it's really interesting because Masdar and the ADSW Dialogues convened a whole group of private investors and the international government organizations to say we need cross-border grid modernization and energy sharing and regional collaboration on that front. But it's coming slow, but I find that the new thinking's coming from here.
Yeah, another low-hanging fruit that we discovered here in the UAE is the efficiency. And we are now trying to put an alliance around that where the whole world is looking at those pockets of wasted energy in the governmental buildings, in low efficiency turbines, CCGT worldwide. The whole world could save, in my view, 30–40%.
It's pretty amazing, yeah.
Just changing some of those old turbines that are with the 20% efficiency with a turbine of a 60% efficiency if you are using gas. And if you doesn't have access because of your regulations to state-of-art renewable energy, you need to do it. if you don't have access to hydrogen and you're not regulating or updating your laws and regulations to attract and protect investments, no one is going to come to you. If you upscale it to the world level, we can optimize without growth. And that's what we're doing in the UAE. But I elected to do it with the private sector. We could have invested ourselves, but in the ministry, we were working with the private sector. We did a bid. We gave them the governmental buildings, from a school to a hospital to others, and told them, do the technology, apply the technology you have, do the saving, deduct what you need to take in making a good project, and give us back what is the remaining. And I can tell you, it was an eye-opener, and we will continue doing that. And I hope that the learning is joining the alliance on efficiency improvements. But there are many other things that we can share and learn.
Okay. You're bang on time here, but they gave us more time because the subject's so important. Congratulations on a dozen years as Minister of Energy. It's unusual, right? And says a lot about what you've been doing in this process leading up to COP, and also your contributions to the OPEC Plus beyond the energy to develop this hydrogen alliance as well. Can we give a nice round of applause to His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazrui? Nice to see you. Thank you. Go this way, if you mind.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Many thanks indeed to His Excellency for those inspiring words, and of course to our moderator, John Defterius. The decisions, ladies and gentlemen, that governments make regarding policy frameworks play a very crucial role in determining the flow of FDI, foreign investments, into this sector. And by aligning these investment strategies with national development goals, this really helps countries achieve their sustainable economic growth and address critical areas such as renewable technologies. In a moment, and for our first panel discussion, we will explore how national policy frameworks can really attract and also shape global investment strategies. But before that, and to set the scene for our important conversation, I'm delighted to welcome to the stage Mohammed Abdelkader El Ramahi, the Chief Green Hydrogen Officer at Masdar. Please welcome him.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a proud moment for me to stand here in front of you on behalf of Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company Masdar to extend a warm welcome to you all to the third edition of our annual Green Hydrogen Summit here and in Abu Dhabi, at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2025, with an overarching theme, the nexus to the next, supercharging sustainable progress. We all unite here in Abu Dhabi into our strong belief that green hydrogen is inevitable, it's happening, and it will be the next step of the energy system transformation. We want to capitalize on the previous forums and platform, joining forces together with the support of our partners, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure, and we thank His Excellency for the enlightening intervention and for the continuous support at federal level, in addition, of course, to Abu Dhabi Department of Energy, and our partners whom we work with diligently, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, the Emirates Global Aluminum, Emirates Steel, Fertiglobe, and BIA. We all work together into deepening our collaboration, strengthening our joint efforts together to open new frontiers of investment opportunities, of transforming and exchanging knowledge collaboratively, of deploying of sustainable financial models, and very importantly, to harmonize the global standards into making green hydrogen the reality of the future. This is only to set the scene for the very interesting panel that we are going to witness today. I encourage you all to participate. I want to once again thank His Excellency Suhail Mohammed Faraj al-Mazrou'i for the intervention, and I would like to make a quick remark at the closing that similar to the renewable energy, when we started back in the days, we inaugurated our 10 megawatt solar PV plant in Masdar city with a cost that exceeded $40 per kilowatt hour back in 2009. And only 9 years after, we started developing Al Dhafra PV plant with a world record-breaking cost below $1.3 per kilowatt hour. We are doing the same, and we at Masdar started with interesting pilot projects, one of which is with Emirates Steel that is currently in operation for a few months. It was inaugurated last year. I invite you all with the coordination with Emirates Steel to visit that plant, in addition also to our hydrogen fueling station for automotive section, for mobility section that is in Masdar city. I wish you all a fruitful, engaging, and pleasant green hydrogen summit this year. Thank you all.
Thank you very much indeed to Mr. Al-Ramahi for providing the perfect segue, ladies and gentlemen, to our panel discussion. For now, it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage Alex Campbell, Director of Policy and Partnerships at the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, and his esteemed panelists, whom he'll introduce to you.
At BIA, we shape a sustainable future across the region. We keep cities clean, paving the way for a zero-waste future through waste management and recycling, and drive renewable energy through converting waste into power, turning landfills into solar hubs, innovating green hydrogen solutions. We advance industries with next-gen technologies, digitalizing recyclables trading, on-demand logistics, automating track and trace, renewable energy-powered digital infrastructure. We're bringing world-class healthcare closer to home.
I thought I heard this.
And reimagining cities with iconic landmarks and thriving districts for communities.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. As you heard, my name is Alex Campbell. I'm the Director of Policy and Partnerships at the Long Duration Energy Storage Council, LDES Council for short. We're an industry association. We have 60 plus members all around the world, all dedicated to deploying LDES. That's the ability to discharge energy continuously for 8 hours or more, all in support of the energy transition. We're not here to hear about me. I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists. Unfortunately, one of our panelists has been delayed on the way in, so unfortunately it's just going to be 3 of us, but that's even more of an opportunity to talk. So from my left, your right, we've got Suzanne Galbri, Director General for Private Sector Operations at the Asian Development Bank, Mr. Rama Al-Shamsi, Director of Portfolio and Ventures at BIA Group, and Dr. Laurent Antoni, Executive Director of the International Partnership for Hydrogen and Fuel Cells in the Economy, which is almost as long a name as the Long Duration Energy Storage Council. So I'll ask each of our panelists to say a little bit about their organization when we go to them on the questions, so rather than me going through all of it right up front. So to start with, we'll go to Laurent, if that's okay. And the first question is really about the big picture of international engagement and how governments can work together with the private sector to create those standards and frameworks. So how can governments effectively coordinate national green hydrogen strategies with those international efforts to promote cross-border trade, harmonization, and so on? Laurent.
Thank you, Alex, for the question. In fact, as you may know, that today more than 100 countries have either a national strategy or a national roadmap. And all these strategies or roadmaps are based on unique national circumstances. So you may imagine not all are the same. So this is a quite good topic. How can we align? And I would say, but there is one common word, is how can we decarbonize our economies, or even in some regions, defossilize our economies? And to do so, how to align? One main point is to really support international collaboration and, most importantly, international coordination. And this is done through existing or new initiatives. And of course, you may also see that more and more on the G7, G20, BRICS summits, hydrogen is on the agenda. But I would like to mention, I would say, more 5 specific hydrogen initiatives. The first one, IPHE, I am the executive director, is a government-to-government partnership created 22 years ago to really ensure to have the multilateral discussion between governments on how to develop a hydrogen economy. And the topics are on certification, on regulation, on trade rules, but also on skills developments for the economy, to develop a hydrogen economy and industry. And UAE is one of the members of IPHE since several years. As a second point, I would say we had a historical moment for hydrogen 2 years ago at COP28 under this UAE presidency, where we had this declaration of intent that many countries, almost 40 countries, have signed this declaration of intent to collaborate to see how we can move forward to mutual recognitions of certification schemes. And certification of hydrogen is key to decrease uncertainties, to ensure that everyone agrees on what does renewable and low carbon hydrogen mean. And so we need to discuss together between governments. And after this COP28 declaration, of course, we would encourage any new countries interested in joining this declaration to sign. And we try to follow up this declaration by implementing all the different recommendations through the Hydrogen Breakthrough Agenda. And this has been created at COP26. And this is a platform to try to gather all international initiatives like IEA, IRENA, UNIDO, UNECE, but the Hydrogen Council, IPHE, WTO, or the World Bank on really specific priorities. And here we tried, and at COP29 we have proposed some recommendations on how to implement this declaration of intent, and also we have proposed a timeline to develop, I would say, really international trade. And this is my last point regarding how to develop international trade. Also, 2 years ago, it has been created this International Hydrogen Trade Forum. And UAE was one of the co-chair with the Netherlands. And now from this year, the co-chair is Brazil, but UAE remains really involved in this International Hydrogen Trade Forum. And this is quite important in the sense that it is a public-private partnership. So, of course, we need stable regulations. But as mentioned by the Excellency before, we also, governments need to collaborate with industry in order to ensure that it will really happen. And this International Hydrogen Trade Forum is really here to ensure that governments and the industry, with the Hydrogen Council, are working on the key topics to have concrete, real, new and hydrogen trade corridors between exporting countries like UAE in the Middle East or Australia and importing countries, mainly Europe, as mentioned before, by Ivana, or also Korea and Japan. So you see, currently we have really, I would say, concrete international actions to ensure collaboration, but as mentioned before, coordination also.
Fantastic. And I've just had a message in my ear that Mr. Al-Ghafri, we think, has arrived. So if he is here, if he could please come and join us on the stage, please do join us. And perhaps a quick follow-up question to you, Laurent. Hello, Mr. Al-Ghafri. Very nice to see you.
Forgive me.
Yeah. Lauren, perhaps a super quick follow-up question. We plethora of initiatives out there. How do we make sure they're all aligned with the global 1.5 goal and the minimum of 2-degree goal? Do you have a sense that is front of the agenda on all the different green hydrogen and wider hydrogen initiatives?
I would say yes. We all have in mind how can hydrogen be a significant contributor to achieve this 1.5, even if we all know today that achieving 1.5 is today more than challenging, but we still have to have this ambition to go there. And that's why I would say the hydrogen community is also collaborating with other entities more globally, as mentioned before, during the COP, to see how we can contribute as hydrogen, but also with IEA or IRENA in all their modeling to see how we can bring, I would say, inputs in order to ensure that when we are developing renewable and low hydrogen carbon and hydrogen, how it can really decarbonize globally the economy, in particular by critical, and as you mentioned before, on lead markets, where we really have to start now, and then we can quantify the hydrogen needed, but also what will be the CO2 reduction owing to using this renewable and low-carbon hydrogen.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and welcome, Mr. El-Ghafri.
Thank you so much.
CEO of Emirates Steel. We'll turn to you shortly when we dive into some of the industry things, but I want to turn to Suzanne now. Just perhaps you could give us an introduction to your work on hydrogen, but then particularly, what are the key policy interventions and regulations that we need to see at the government level to help unlock those public-private partnerships and the green hydrogen economy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very much a pleasure to be here. I think our conversation here follows on very nicely from the previous conversations which have just taken place, particularly with the Minister and our MASDAR colleagues. I think from ADB, the Asian Development Bank point of view, again, I look after the private sector side, but we're an integral part of the overall organization working on upstream on the private side, or the public side, midstream, and then downstream. And so this goes then to the point of why green hydrogen. What are we going to do to actually bring down those barriers? And I think that we've been working very actively to support green hydrogen through various policy instruments with our sovereign colleagues, with our in-country representation, because we have offices in some 44 countries. And it's really important for us to make sure that the policy dialogues align with what can be done so that we can actually attract private investment to hydrogen production, the infrastructure, and I think that the end user applications. And this requires a number of different types of approaches. I was going to name, I had up to 6 different things that you could do. And some of these could be transitionary, some of them could be more permanent. And what we see, I think, in green hydrogen is a little bit of the trajectory that we've seen in solar panels. It's not the same, infrastructure needs and different types of things are different, but I think you have a similar path of adoption and all the necessary parts that need to be put in place, the enabling environment that does need to be put in place. I mean, we can think about tax credits and incentives, and as the Minister said, some of these things are not permanent, but you need to create sustainability through this. I think providing tax credits and other financial incentives can actually diffuse and reduce the initial tax or the burdens for private companies. You need to attract them and create the right environment for this kind of thing. We've done this actually in different national contexts, but you do really need to tailor that to the national context of the various countries, as well as their regulatory environments. They're not all the same. But then that speaks to the point about harmonization. I think that some of the work that needs to be done at a more macro level is how can they work together for pathways to growth in a regional context in particular. So, when we've looked at tax credits, for example, back in 2022, we were looking at a policy base, a sovereign loan to Georgia. And it was a way for Georgia to utilize their surplus electricity on a seasonal basis for surplus that they can then, from their HPPs, to generate hydrogen or synthetic methane for use in other sectors. So we tried to put in a different type of structure. And because hydrogen was a new technology, incentive policies and regulatory inventions were required in order to bring in the private sector. So, I have further details, but, we can talk about that later. But I think that this just speaks down to, you need to look at what are the risk factors and how do you mitigate those particular issues. And then I think that within all of this, when you're looking at the public and private sides working together, you can help the government create commercially viable funding models, again, through different types of structures. And then when you're working with the government and the regulators to create financial incentives, but also pricing models that can actually flow through, which can also then focus on affordability for the end users. Feed-in tariffs is another topic that, maybe for a period of time, you can look at fixed fits with a guaranteed fixed price. So you can actually create a platform.
Are any of these like a front runner at the moment? Are you seeing them really?
We're starting to see a lot of this stuff. Again, it's newer in many markets, but we are pursuing a number of green hydrogen investments. And so you're looking at these in different country contexts about what works in that context, and you have some lessons learned that come out of that, and then maybe that can be applied elsewhere. Carbon pricing is another topic which comes up regularly. It's a topic, an area that is continually in evolvement. I think there's different points of view as to that, but I do think that it can make green hydrogen more competitive by increasing the cost of carbon-intensive alternatives. And I think through the different types of models, you need to look at what is the best way of addressing the risks and then making it affordable. I think contracts for difference, provide price stability, for example, for covering the different prices between market price and a predetermined strike price. So again, there is, you need to focus in on these different areas, as I mentioned before, about regulatory environments and standards. I think through that, developing clear and supportive standards and regulatory frameworks are essential. And that's not only within the country, but on a regional basis to make sure that these actually work together. And of course, PPPs, public-private partnerships.
So we've got a sense of global standards, a wide range of regulatory and policy tools. And I think a really important point to note here is, across the low carbon energy transition, we're not asking for anything special for green hydrogen.
No.
These are things which have been deployed in many different contexts, many conventional infrastructure projects, whether it's grid or what have you, offshore wind in Europe and so on. So it's really about tailoring, as you say,
Absolutely.
for the particulars of the individual countries.
Yeah.
If I might turn to Mr. Al-Shamsi. So with a developer, we were just talking inside about the so-called valley of death, which is a very unfortunate term, but again, common across many different technologies. How do we try and, perhaps you could introduce the work of BA Group, but then talk a little bit of how national policies can really help to address that unpleasant gap between the early stage projects and then actually the mass commercial deployment?
Yeah, thank you for that. So, I represent BIA, a pioneering sustainability company based and born out of the Emirate of Sharjah. We originated as a sustainability waste management company to sort of bring the Emirate and city of Sharjah up to global standards when it comes to that sector, right? When we started, we had about 20% of waste being diverted from the landfill. And over the years, we've now achieved 90% landfill diversion rate, which is something we're very proud of. And the way that we've done it is through continuously looking at innovations and what else we could do with that waste. We recycle it, obviously, and then we built the first waste energy plant in the UAE in partnership with Masdar, actually. The Emirates Waste Energy Company is a joint venture with Masdar to bring in that renewable energy expertise into our waste management expertise. And it was through that experience that actually we realized there's more we could do, and there's more that we should do when it comes to sustainability, and we've started diversifying into the energy sector. Coming to hydrogen now, you might be wondering, what does waste have to do with hydrogen? And it's exactly that, is that we're currently working on a hydrogen from waste project in partnership with a UK company, Chinook Hydrogen, to sort of solve this dual problem of waste management that we see across the world, especially in the MENA region. It's quite abysmal in some areas in terms of the management, and at the same time, looking to support the energy transition. So when you ask me about the Valley of Death, I think that we as BIA have very good experience in that because we're currently marching through that, right? We've been working on this project actually for over 10 years now, with our technology provider, getting it to the stage where we're now nearly ready to get to that final investment decision. And it's through support of policies and government. Again, we were born out of a public-private partnership with the government of Sharjah, and it's through the continual support of government that we're able to really push this through, because again, it's nascent technology. People aren't very confident about it. The hydrogen market, as much as we all talk about it, and we've been talking about it for years, is still up and coming. Yeah. We talk about the need for hydrogen. Everyone talks about the need to get hydrogen to decarbonize their sectors, but experiencing it as a project developer, we're still at that stage of people saying, well, maybe the hydrogen is too expensive, or we're not sure about the technology. But as we move forward and we progress, we're working very closely with government and specifically with the Ministry of Energy. It's good to see His Excellency Sahel Mazroui here, who have really been supporting us since day one with this project in terms of pushing forward the necessary policies, in terms of getting us engaged with the correct stakeholders, and in terms of really listening to the market. My colleagues have spoken about other policies that the EU, the US, and other regions use in terms of tax incentives, in terms of other carrots and sticks. But in the UAE, we very much are a commercially driven government, right? We try as much as possible to be light-handed when it comes to the economy. But what the ministry does well and what the UAE government does very well is really listens to the market. They engage very closely with the private sector to understand really the realities on the ground of what we need in terms of creating that ecosystem for allow a project like this to take off.
Could I ask then a specific question? Is there a particular challenge with different, you're bringing together waste and hydrogen, for example, different government departments, different regulatory frameworks? Is that a problem for you? Is that the sort of challenge that you have?
That's not really the challenge we've been facing, really. It's quite clear cut in terms of what we can do with the waste, how we can then generate that into energy. The difficulties are when it comes to speaking the same language with the other stakeholders.
Yeah.
Right? I think one of the big issues that we're facing is that, really we've been seeing a shift starting when the UAE won the bid for COP28, that the country started really taking sustainability seriously, started looking at their own practices and operations in terms of, okay, what is GHG? It's a question as simple as this. And a lot of companies don't even measure their own emissions, right? And this is just something that, was seen as an international problem, climate change, we understand the issues. But operationally, day by day, it hasn't really been something that the private sector in the UAE has looked at seriously until COP28. And now we see the shift happening. We see that everyone's starting to take this seriously. We know the direction the UAE wants to go. We have net zero by 2050. We have the national hydrogen roadmap, et cetera. And I think a key linchpin that's really going to get the market moving in terms of the energy transition, decarbonization, hydrogen uptake, is the Ministry of Climate Change's latest regulation on the National Carbon Registry. So starting this year, all private sectors that have GHG emissions will be mandated to now submit that data to the ministry. May not seem like a big thing when we're talking about subsidies or we're talking about carbon tax, but actually getting all of these companies to start measuring their own emissions, knowing that at some point there may be a carrot or a stick, really brings people onto the table so that we can start looking at, producing these.
It feels critically important, getting stakeholders speaking, as you said, the same language. I previously worked with hydropower and solar, and you have floating solar on hydropower reservoirs, but the problem is the hydropower engineers don't know anything about solar. There's a lack of clarity over who owns the regulator, who has permission to issue things on the water. But once you get people speaking the same language, and perhaps the UAE, like you say, acting as the host for COP, kick-started a discussion in the nation, which is fantastic.
Exactly.
Might just pivot now to Mr. Al-Ghafri. So again, from the commercial perspective, but thinking about those big picture national policies, how do we make sure that, again, if you could please introduce Emirates Steel and your interest in hydrogen, but how can national policies around green hydrogen help the wider economy? Just building on the previous points, please.
So thank you so much for having me here, and my apologies to be late. Forgive me for that. And just to start, it's really a pleasure to be in such a platform. We need to have more of these platforms because one of the main challenges we see around hydrogen and around these new projects is awareness. We need to have that awareness. And someone like us as a manufacturer, our main challenge is the end user. Who are we selling to? And the awareness should be much more stronger. So really, thank you so much for having such events for us to come and talk about hydrogen and what are the latest things that we've been achieving. I represent M Steel, which is a group that focuses on producing steel and building material. And we have an aspiration to be one of the leading or the benchmark when it comes to sustainability aspects. So back in 2019, we did a roadmap to identify what is our footprint before even regulators, before everything. We've been very much innovative when it comes to sustainability. And then we measured how are we compared to the benchmark, specifically when it comes to steel. Now, when we did that, we were ranked among the best in the world, and we were lower by 40% when it comes to the benchmark in terms of the carbon foot and carbon foot intensity. And from there, we draw a complete roadmap on what are we going to do and what are the focus or the pillars that we need to do. So we really focused on diversifying our energy portfolio. So now we use renewable energies in our operation. We have basically today, and previously even back in 2014, we were the first in the world to have a carbon capture facility, and we are the benchmark when it comes to the steel. So everyone in the world comes to Emirates Steel to see that facility because it's the only one which is operating today to capture carbon. And today also what we're doing is we're looking at the value chain and what can we do in terms of recyclable materials. So we re-inject they call it metallic scrap, which is scrap. We use that in our facilities today. And the last one, which is a little bit difficult, which is the theme of today's event, is the hydrogen. Now, what we did, and everything we did in the past, was based on collaboration. So the carbon capture project was a collaboration between ADNOC at that time, and Masdar, and us, and now it's basically between us and ADNOC. Specifically, since this is a hydrogen event, we are today we are basically testing today a pilot project to produce hydrogen in our company, and that will basically be an alternative material compared to natural gas. And we did that with our colleagues, Mastar and my friend here, Mohammed Abdul Qadir. He's a very good friend. We're challenging each other a little bit now. But now it's a very small project. We're testing it. And we're going to basically now see what works, what not works. But in terms of initiatives and what needs to be done, when it comes to M Steel as a group, we are really leading the way. We want to be a benchmark when it comes to hydrogen, and we've got the support. Having said all that, when I look around, the UAE has all the ingredients when it comes to driving a hydrogen-based economy. And I see that in the UAE. When I travel to, for example, Europe or anywhere else, I don't see the leadership focus when it comes to that. In the UAE specifically, you see that. You see that from the top, and that's very important. So when you have a new technology or a new project, naturally you're going to have challenges. Any new technology, that's the same. Hydrogen is no difference. We are in this stage. We need to come together, and that's what we see. So the government is basically the drive. They have the strategy, they have the regulations, and then once you have that there, then you see private investors coming. They will come here, they will come invest, because it becomes very much attractive to put investments, and it will support them.
So you're not seeing the same leadership. That's a really interesting point.
No.
You're not seeing the same leadership. You get a strong sense that the UAE at the government level is out in front here in terms of a cohesive set of national policy targets and frameworks to drive the...
What I love about the UAE is the speed.
Okay.
That's what I love. I do see that, but you see it at a very low place. But the UAE speed is unbelievable. Sometimes you wake up in the morning and it's basically, you need to basically push.
Yeah.
And that's the lovely thing about the UAE. It's the competitiveness and it's the agility that we look at. So having said that, you see that Abu Dhabi is developing to be one of the national champions when it comes to hydrogen technologies. And just look at the national hydrogen strategy that the UAE has. Very much impressive in terms of hydrogen production and how we can basically develop skilled labor when it comes to driving that strategy.
So I have to ask, it's not quite around policy and regulation, but what's the role of the customer here? So are you getting the customer pull? Are there key customers who are saying, we want your products made with green hydrogen?
See, now, again, for me, the customers, even you will be very much having that resistance at the beginning. And that's where we need to bring that awareness. When you have everyone coming under the same national, I would say, guidelines or something like that, everyone will buy in at the end of the day. Now, when you look at steel specifically, or building material, it constitutes a very small component when it comes to construction. So naturally, this is something that you can push into that construction. The only problem is steel is a very hard to abate sector. And the investment that are required to move into that hydrogen is really is immense. What's really important now is just to go there and say, listen, these are incentives. If you use that material, it will give you this much, and that's what we're doing today. We're really coming up with products where it's not only about driving the agenda, but also giving them that very much value when it comes to cost. And eventually, with time, with the regulations, with carbon tax coming, it will give you that competitiveness. And then with time, you'll see that green hydrogen steel is something that everyone is producing naturally. It's like those electrical cars you see on the road now. There are electrical cars everywhere. It's unbelievable.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so we heard about the leadership in the UAE. If I can turn back to Suzanne and Laurent, but perhaps starting with you, Suzanne, the role of government in creating those stable and predictable regulatory frameworks. It sounds like it's working in the UAE. Can you perhaps say some more about outside of this particular region? What do you think some of the steps, because obviously not everybody has the same political context. It might be easier to do certain things in one country than another.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a good question because, you know, for the Asian Development Bank, we cover from the Caucasus east to China and south to the Pacific, very different markets and very different countries at different stages. So, but the elements that you need to make this happen are the same. It's, you know, they're all at different stages of development. But I think that first and foremost, clear and consistent policies and transparency is around that, I think, needs to be developed. And particularly around this industry, as you've mentioned, my esteemed panels, you know, it's a nascent industry. So with that, I think that, you know, you need to set specific goals, which includes infrastructure development and end-use applications. So there needs to be, you can't do everything, but I think you need to make some choices as to what that might be. And then with that, the regulatory frameworks that support those initiatives, as far as, you know, again, production, storage, transportation, and utilization, all of those are critical different aspects of the enabling environment that is required. And you need to make it work not only for the government, but then for the private sector. Because as you know, private sector is always risk adverse. So you need to figure out what are the risky aspects and try to find solutions for that. And as part of, you know, these kinds of forums, you need to set international codes and standards. With that, then I think can drive a lot of the more in-country types of situations, in-country approaches. But I think to one of the points raised is data, and the reporting on data will be an important part of that. So you can actually see what the impact of what you're doing is, and then create viable options and opportunities through that. And, you know, incentives, financial support, you know, carbon pricing, you know, public PPPs, capacity building. I do think that what we underrate in many of these countries is capacity building. Because if you're going to be putting policies and advise, you know, on what policies to put in place, you know, once, you know, the advisors are gone, you know, you need to help, you know, the government that's there and actually manage that and to continue on with that. So I think that those are really important. All these different critical inputs, they're slightly different. They're very similar, but they're also very different in how they can actually have the impact that they have.
So it's a really interesting point on capacity building, because I think many of us in the policy space assume you just write some policies, you get the companies in showing how the technology works, and it all magically works. But that's clearly not how it works in practice, or you need to embed that development. Who's best placed to deliver that kind of capacity building? Is it institutions like yours?
Well, you know, multilaterals like ADB do that, yes, but I think that it's such a large job that I think that you have many advisors that do come in for, you know, these different types of aspects. But I think that with that, you need to ensure that there is beyond a very, very thin layer of you know, senior officials who understand those issues, is, you know, you know, the ranks and stuff below that, they can actually do the work and understand what it means or create their own options. So yeah, it does require, you know, a community to come together on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Lauren, similar question to you then. What are the kind of critical role, countries outside the UAE who perhaps haven't quite got that leadership?
Yes, but as has been mentioned, yes, UAE have a very strong strategy and it's moving fast. But that's also the case in other countries. And then I come back to what you said, what is important to have exchanges, but ensuring that people are using the same language, that we understand each other. And that's why we need also, by this multilateral discussion, have this kind of discussion to ensure that when you are using one word, everyone understands the same. And regarding hydrogen, I would say it will be international market. What we are looking is hydrogen to become a commodity. So we need to ensure that national policies have maybe commonalities, or at least that we can ensure comparability. And so having first common language is important, using the same terminology. That's one point. And the second point is, and it has been mentioned by both of you, regarding, for instance, one main element is the carbon content of the hydrogen we are producing and using. That's important for the producers, but also for the user. If you want to produce green steel, you need to know what is the carbon content of your steel. And here also we need to have a comparable, a unique method to measure, to quantify these greenhouse gas emissions. And that's why we've started at IPHE 5 years ago to work on this methodology to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions from production up to usage. But as government, we are not a standardization body. That's why we handed it over to the ISO, which is driven by the industry. And so you see also this is a common work between governments and industry to agree on a common methodology to quantify the greenhouse gas emissions. And this was part also of the COP28 Declaration of Intent, to try to encourage to use these common standards to have at least comparable values if you say I'm using low renewable and low carbon with a given carbon footprint. So this is one important point then and I would say you have a very brilliant project in green steel between Mazda and M Steel, and we were one of the first one applying these ISO standards that we released during COP28 in Dubai. So thank you very much, a very nice example. And then I would say another point that we need also to ensure, we spoke about international trade, but that means we also have to work on trade rules. And ARENA and IPHE, we already have started to discuss with WTO about tax, tariffs, incentives, and not only on the hydrogen molecules or on derivative molecules, but we also need to start discussion on critical equipments. Because some countries will be able to produce hydrogen, but don't have available the technology to produce. So there will be also, I would say, trade on equipments. And that's why I can only encourage that now, I would say, countries developing hydrogen are pushing to start this kind of discussion at WTO level to ensure that we have a fair trade of molecules and equipments to produce low-carbon hydrogen.
So this is critically important, and just as we begin to wrap up, quickly to Mr. Al-Shamsi and Mr. Al-Ghafri, you guys building project, you're actually working on the ground. What's the best way for governments for you to work with them to actually evaluate the effectiveness? As you start to build, as you start to develop, how can you work with them? What do they need to be asking you? What types of partnerships need to be in place, regulatory frameworks?
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. I think the most important metric a government can use is obviously the uptake of hydrogen. But going farther down that line is also having the metrics of the production of low carbon materials. As my colleague Saeed mentioned, it's that issue of that price, the green premium that the end user is going to have to pay for. But once you reach that stage where the low carbon or near zero version of those end products, such as steel, cement, aluminum, once those become the standard, like we're seeing with solar now, UAE recently announced the lowest price per kilowatt hour of solar. Continually, I think every year there's a new announcement. Once we reach that stage where green hydrogen is the preferred energy, and low carbon steel, low carbon cement, zero emission houses are being built, and it's the new standard, that's when we realize that we've really achieved that. And everything in between should be looking at that as the final stage. Exactly.
Absolutely. Mr. Al-Ghafri, final word to you.
Yeah, so I think it's good that we have a strategy, and then we're aligning the national objectives with basically what's happening on the ground. Then you have the private investors coming and investing and all that, so you've got all the players there, which is very good. Then it's good to say, okay, these are the standards, you're following these, and then you start measuring. What are these doing? I mean, it's not going to happen from day one. People will basically not adhere to that, so it's good to have that dialogue happening.
Iterative process.
Exactly. So it's a process. It will take time, naturally. It's like driving any other project. So then you will basically track. Everyone will say, okay, this is how much I'm emitting. This is how much jobs I'm creating, because it's very important to have a skilled labor to do that. And then the technology adoption is very important. So we need to basically ensure that we have the metrics to have that. Now, when you have all that happening, then definitely there are areas where you can see that impact. You can look at the economy, for example, the GDP. How much of that is basically green, hydrogen-driven? And then you can look at the total projects in the country, for example, from a development point of view. How much of that is driven by hydrogen? There are stuff that can be that we can look at, and then part of that economy, part of that ecosystem, it's a process again. You need to have bodies where they go there and see how are these companies doing from an audit point of view. Kind of not an auditor, because people don't like an auditor.
Lots of work.
Very much going there and seeing what are they doing, how can they improve, and take the feedback, and then see, and then maybe after 1 year you sit down with all the parties and then see, okay, maybe this is something we need to change. This is maybe we like this policy, maybe we need to enhance on that. So it's very much of a continuous improvement process.
I think that's a fantastic point to finish on. So thank you very much. Perhaps we can give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you for joining us as well. Thank you.
Our gratitude to our panelists and esteemed moderator for another superb panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree, at the Green Hydrogen Summit today. Time now to shift our focus towards a vital aspect of building resilient hydrogen supply chains, exploring regional advantages in hydrogen production. And I'm delighted to say that we have a very special guest who's flown a long way to be with us today. He's coming out in just one moment. And he knows better than most how embracing a geographically diverse approach to enhancing supply chain resilience is really the best way forward. It has a myriad of benefits, as we're about to hear. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy. It's wonderful to see you, Governor. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Please, take a seat. You traveled a long way to be with us, and we're delighted to have you in the hot seat. How are you finding the summit so far?
Oh, this has been fantastic. When we arrived, as I tell people, the first thing I did was I actually went falcon hunting with some folks, and enjoyed that very much because I am a hunter. We're from Alaska. But just the overall scale of the conference and what really is happening across the board here in the Emirates is unbelievable. And I think it's, for me, it's going to be a lot of takeaways that I can take back to my state and have conversations with fellow Americans across the country, to be honest with you. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Talking of Alaska and its vast natural resources, paint a picture for us when it comes to how that might help drive hydrogen production, the potential that you see for it to not only catalyze Alaska's economic diversification, but also its energy independence, so crucial at this time.
Yeah, great question. So, just very briefly, for those that don't really understand Alaska, we are the 49th state. We're 2.5 times the size of Texas. We are almost a subcontinent. We used to have 4 time zones, and it was combined into 2 in 1981. We're situated in the Arctic. Obviously, we are the Arctic nation for the United States of America. We're also the Western Pacific sovereign for the United States of America, very close to East Asia. We're so far west, as I tell people, we're 1,000 miles closer to Australia than California. Sometimes that's difficult for people to understand. How can you be in the Arctic and be so close to Australia? Again, we are also a Western sovereign. So our scale is unbelievable when it comes to not just size, but resources. I could spend an hour just talking about all the resources from critical minerals to rare earths, our forest, our water, 3 times the water of any other state in the country. It's just massive. But what we're talking about today really is the impacts of what wind can do in hydrogen production in Alaska. So for example, we have about 3,800 gigawatts of combined wind and offshore resources such as tidal and wave action. That's 3,800 potential gigawatts of power in Alaska. That's how big this is. Around Anchorage, there's a body of water called Cook Inlet. Anchorage is our largest city. Just in that area alone, there's estimated 18 gigawatts of offshore wind power, as well as 18 gigawatts, once again, of tidal power and wave action. So you can see the tremendous potential. Scale is huge in resources, scale is huge in the state itself, but the population is very small. We have a population of about 740,000 people. That equates to a county on the top of the world that represents the United States. But nonetheless, we do have wind power. We're actually generating electricity through wind. We have more and more solar panels are going up in Alaska. I know some people find that difficult to believe, but we have solar panels operating right now producing electricity north of the Arctic Circle. And so Alaska, with regard to hydrogen, Alaska had pioneered LNG export to Japan in 1969 for the Western Hemisphere, for the United States of America. We sent LNG to Japan for almost 50 years, but as part of that, we had a fertilizer plant, an ammonia plant, that also sent ammonia all over the world as well as urea. And as we know, as we talk about ammonia, the big question is going to be how do you ship it? We can make it. We can make large amounts of it in Alaska, but the question once again is how we're going to move that from one place to another. And the other thing I would say is that in Cook Inlet, we have a massive storage capability for not just carbon, but in our research that we're doing on tight rock, that we may be able to also store large amounts of hydrogen as well, very close to Anchorage. So we have the capability, we have the prospects, we have the energy resource to do it. The question is, to what scale are we going to be able to do this, and what scale are we going to be able to produce hydrogen?
Thank you. It's quite the picture that you paint, Governor. And if we do look at the even bigger picture, zooming out, the potential for Alaska to be a key export hub. Given your proximity to Asia, how does that position you? What are the challenges, but also the speed bumps that you need to remove to get you where you need to go?
Well, we're lucky. We have, in essence, we have a straight shot across the North Pacific to Japan and Korea in uncontested waters. And our shipping time is approximately 8 days, faster than any part of the rest of the United States of America. And so, again, we've been shipping LNG over to Japan. We've been shipping ammonia across the world, all over to East Asia as well. And so we've got the shipping times down. We have the relationships with our East Asian allies. The question, again, is what type of investment, how are we going to pursue on a larger scale the development of a hydrogen industry in the state of Alaska beyond ammonia? We believe that ammonia has a future in terms of shipping, being able to ship that hydrogen as N3 to our Asian allies. But our proximity, once again, I think bodes really well for us to be not just an ammonia hub, but a hydrogen hub for East Asia.
When you look at the obstacles to ensure that hydrogen production and distribution are both scalable, as you mentioned, but also cost-effective, what would you point to?
The ability to store it, the ability to ship it beyond ammonia is, I think, something that we're all trying to figure out and trying to work on. In Alaska, we believe we also have geologic hydrogen, which, once we bring it from the ground, we can use it at site. But again, it's a similar question that we've had with some of our renewables. How do we take those massive amounts of energy and store it? The same as for hydrogen. How do we produce it on scale, but be able to store it and be able to ship it safely so it can be used off-site where it's not produced? And right now, as we said, for us, ammonia is what we've done in the past. Ammonia is something that we may do here in the near future again as well. But we can crack it. With our wind, we can crack water. We can make also SAF, methanol, et cetera, in Alaska on a large scale. It's going to be figuring out how do we ship that to our allies in a form other than ammonia.
Talk to me about partnerships, collaborations, how the private sector gets together with public, but also with Alaska, the indigenous community, the indigenous sectors. How do you see greater ties in that regard, really unlocking hydrogen's economic potential?
Yeah, great question. So Alaska, 20% of our population is Native American. My wife is an Inupiaq Eskimo woman. We've been married for 37 years. But we have very robust Native corporations in the state of Alaska. We're very different than a lot of the rest of the U.S. As mentioned, 20% of our population is Native. These Native corporations, there's 12 very large corporations, and some of them are multi-billion-dollar corporations, Fortune 500 corporations. They invest in a number of different investment opportunities. And hydrogen being new, we're starting just to scratch the surface on what that could look like with our Native community. In Kotzebue, Alaska, which is north of the Arctic Circle, they are in a pilot project right now using wind to crack water into hydrogen for use on site. This is an indigenous community. This is a Native community that's working on that now. We also partner with the Northwest Regional Labs. We partner with the Department of Energy. And so, again, just starting our discussions, just starting our pilot projects on how we can scale up hydrogen in the state of Alaska.
Thank you. With just a minute on the clock, it would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the incoming president, the new US administration. What does it mean for hydrogen?
Well, that's a great question. Let me just do it real quick. What it means for energy is President Trump has made it clear. I know the president, he is going to unlock all energy resources in the United States of America in an effort to win the energy race, but also the data farm race, the AI race, the supercomputing race. The president, I believe, is going to be all in. With regard to hydrogen, again, there still needs to be some work done on how do we scale it up, but also how do we store it, how do we move it across locales. That discussion, it'll be interesting for me to find out exactly where the administration is going to go on this. Doug Burgum, who's coming in as the former North Dakota governor, great guy, is going to bring that synergy between technology and data farms and computing to energy, and that's a discussion I'm going to have with Doug to see, what role is hydrogen going to play in the future of overall energy portfolio in the United States.
Optimistic times, a space to watch. Governor Dunleavy, it's been amazing to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for being from Alaska today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Please. Another stellar guest at the Green Hydrogen Summit here today, ladies and gentlemen. And there's plenty still to come, so do stay with us because we have another panel discussion up next where we're looking at innovative funding mechanisms and truly strategic approaches when it comes to securing long-term offtake agreements. As we know, they are so essential for scaling up hydrogen infrastructure investments. Your moderator, along with his expert panel, will offer up perspectives on how we can overcome challenges and drive the growth of the hydrogen economy. So without further ado, the stage is set, the anticipation is high, so let me introduce your moderator to you. Please welcome to the stage Alejandro Loguera, the principal at Oliver Wyman.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much to the Green Hydrogen Summit for inviting us to participate in such a nice event, and for my fellow panelists. I will let each of them introduce themselves when I start asking the questions. As a very quick introduction to the topic, we all know the commitment that globally we have on hydrogen. There's no doubt that clean hydrogen will be the future. We have the policies, the regulations coming to the right places, the public subsidies. We are even seeing some FIDs reaching, but we are also seeing at the same time multiple projects globally, even with public support, those projects getting stopped. And what we want to discuss today is how should we unlock those opportunities And we are very lucky because we have a combination of both international and regional experts that can let us know how could UAE and the rest of the region unlock hydrogen. With that in mind, perhaps starting with Mark and Pierre, you both have entities, Macquarie and Hy24, that have projects globally. We would love to hear your thoughts regarding how do you see globally, what are the main challenges that are stopping the hydrogen projects for reaching FID?
Thanks, Alejandro. So I'm Mark Dooley, Global Head of Green Investment at Macquarie Asset Management, the world's largest infrastructure funds manager. And we do have a very global perspective. We're exposed in North and South America, in Asia and Australia and Europe, and hard at work on some interesting things in the Middle East as well. And we also have a model that takes us from the very established technologies, solar, onshore wind, offshore wind, batteries, through to all of the next generation of technologies that are going to deliver this energy transition. What I'd say in all of that, though, and the key thing relevant to this hydrogen question is, in all of that work we do, we never forget that we're investing on behalf of investors as an infrastructure fund manager. There are expectations that go with that. We're not 100% allergic to commodity risk, but commodity price risk, but we are not, just open 100% exposure to commodity price risk. Our investors expect that we're connecting them with the kind of long-dated, stable returns that they associate when they think about infrastructure. And that means, of course, we need offtake. We need offtake that's contracted and offtake that delivers us a degree of price confidence that make it an infrastructure asset. Now in renewables, generally, we've really explored the limits of that. Many of the PPA-backed projects that we're exposed to in wind or solar around the world, you might find that the proportion of enterprise value that's supported by hard contracted revenue is less than 50% in many cases. So there is appetite for some commodity price risk, but we don't go naked on commodity price risk. And when we look at the landscape for hydrogen projects around the world at the moment, we see that of those on the drawing board, less than 10% have got identified offtake. And within that identified offtake, there's a much lower proportion that is actually yet contracted. And that's our point of resistance. That's what we have to get over. We see policies around the world, things emerging in Europe right now, interesting developments happening just right now and in the last couple of weeks in the US market in terms of the intervention that supports hydrogen. And a lot of that's going in a very encouraging direction. And you see hydrogen being supported on both sides of politics in many markets. So there's a lot of encouraging signs there. But it needs to be delivered. We need to know that we can get into this as an infrastructure investor, not as a commodity speculator. I think you're interested also, Alejandro, in encouraging things going on. I'll say this, one of the funds that we have is targeted at those newer technologies. So this is a fund that couldn't do wind or solar if it wanted to. Those are out of bounds. It's just about the newer technologies, so the strategy that we have. And that's been a very successful raising for us. So what that says to me, Alejandro, is that the investing world wants to be exposed to this next generation, including hydrogen. So there's a very powerful message in there that if we can find the characteristics that make this infrastructure, the global investor community wants to be exposed to it.
Thank you so much, Mark. I don't know if you have similar thoughts, Pierre, on this front.
I don't agree with everything that's been said just to trigger the debate.
That's good.
I'm a very small asset manager compared to Macquarie, of course. But in hydrogen, we're relatively big. So we manage 2 billion of assets. And in fact, we've deployed over the last 2 years 600 million in 9 different companies. 80% of that is in existing assets or projects in construction post-FID. And we are probably a little bit more risk adverse because this is the role we have, but still we try to move into projects which have some commitments, some offtakes, and some potential to become very successful. And more than that, thanks to the money, the other 20% that we've put in companies which are looking at projects, just in Europe, we are enabling roughly 4 gigawatts of projects to be continued to be developed. And I don't even mention the most far-fetched projects which are supported by both very large companies and by a very strong entrepreneurial drive like Intercontinental Energy, which is, of course, looking at even bigger projects in Australia and Oman. So, yes, of course, the figures, and we know them well because we've built them over the years. The Hydrogen Council figures are showing the dynamic that is basically going down because the number of projects decided is not at the right level. But I think people are trying to... We are in a time of speed, and which is very much driven by the digital mindset, and everybody tends to consider the hydrogen is like digital. That is absolutely wrong. It's complete bullshit. We are in an energy wave and in an energy world. It took 50 years to deploy LNG at the level that we want hydrogen to do in 10 years. It's absolutely crazy to believe that hydrogen can deliver at that time, especially as it is a nascent industry. So what we need to get this industry move forward is 3 things. First is a proper sizing by step. I had a breakfast this morning with an electrolyzer company, and all of them are like that. They are basically currently deploying gigawatts of projects by size of 100 or 200 megawatts, which is the size we need now, and which is going to be working. We need to move to the next time. So size, the right size now. It's coming. Time. Let's not ask for hydrogen to do what others have never delivered in less than several decades. And last, and I'm sorry because this is for all of us, we need drive. And drive comes with entrepreneurship. If you take H2 Green Steel, where we are the largest investor, H2 Green Steel is an entrepreneurial drive, having assessed that there is a need for green steel, that the premium can be paid because the cost of energy in that country is very cheap, and they move. And drive is also policymakers which are standing still and staying the course in the regulations they want to put in place. If you got that, and you've got a couple of large players which are playing the game, then you can move.
Thank you very much, Pierre. It's a very complimentary view, and it's always good to have different things. If we come to the region, Stefan and Tarek, do you see similar issues and solutions to the one pinpointed by both Marc and Pierre? And also, how do you see the differences among countries in the region? Perhaps.
Hi, my name is Stefan. I'm heading strategy and development of green hydrogen project at ENGIE in the region, large region from Africa to Asia, including the Middle East. So I'm glad to be with you today. Indeed, for ENGIE, the energy transition goes without any doubt with the development and deployment of green hydrogen, and our focus to develop and own 4 gigawatts of green hydrogen on the ground remains there, even though the difficulties and challenges that we can see and that were mentioned today. Just to name a few and compare with the advantage the region offers to the other parts of the world where we are also involved. We've been involved in the hydrogen space for almost 10 years now, so we've seen progress. We have seen pace of changes. That's undeniable. Things take time when you're investing in something. Especially lenders, investors are looking at quick returns, and that's not the case for green hydrogen as we speak, because there are several challenges, including cost of production remains difficult today, and that's why this region in particular is making the difference. We believe strongly the region is continuing to develop more renewable energies and at affordable cost. That's a big game changer, of course. Production of hydrogen requires an immense quantity of energy, and that's why we believe that the region can deliver very affordable cost of electricity, which we have seen in the recent auction, Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, and the rest of the countries. So that's number one, very important. Number two, when the cost of electricity becomes lower, then the cost of capex is playing a bigger role, which is completely different than what you see in Europe, where the cost of electricity part in the cost of production would be more important. Here, we are now tackling the second layer of difficulties, which is the real cost of the investment through the capex. And that's where we are discussing with many OEMs, manufacturers, to understand, and we've been through this exercise on joint projects with Mazda, with the Fertiglobe, on what's the true cost, who is willing to sign a binding commitment on the cost, but also on the operating cost, on the efficiency of the equipment. So that's another challenge we are tackling. This is an evolving industry, and it's linking to what was said. The fact that we have to start by scaling up is very important. We have built a first green hydrogen plant in South Africa, which is up and running now, small capacity. We are now building a second one of 10 megawatts in Australia. We need to build, operate, maintain those assets to really understand the efficiency, the true cost over time. And the next phase would be to build and operate a couple of 100 megawatts before we even talking about gigawatt scale projects. Of course, everybody's taking position on those mega hubs because it's important. Some of the true spaces here in the region offering great potential of renewable energy. That's why we are all taking important position in Oman. This is what we're doing in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, in Morocco. But then it comes to another challenge. We have to remember that when we're producing hydrogen, we're still competing with other ways to produce gray hydrogen or blue hydrogen. So that's a reality. And then we start to compete on the market. And the market for green hydrogen, when you look at gray, blue, in the future, we are still not there. So the market has yet to develop, to evolve. We have our colleagues, Fertiglobe, but other users of the molecule are facing challenges. It could be steel, as we mentioned before, could be transportation, ammonia production, fertilizers. These sectors are very price sensitive, so when it comes to comparing the gray molecules to green molecule, that's where we see a challenge in the market, in the willing to pay, in the willing to commit, and then circulate back to your investment for a long duration. This is where we are facing challenges. However, the region is, as I mentioned, offering great cost of renewables, great strategies, very clear ambitions to be a key player in that field, in that sector. That's why we believe a lot in the region, but also to see in the future some more support from the government. As we can tell today, there is no cost to pollute. This will change in the future, and so there will be also an impact and a positive impact for the producers of green molecules. I don't know what you have to say, Tarek, on your side, on the challenges, and when the willing to pay will be there.
Okay, yeah, thank you. And Stefan, before the panel, I asked you not to ask me questions, difficult questions, so I hope that remains the same. But yes, hi everyone, Tarek Hosni from Fertiglobe. We're the largest ammonia urea producer in the region. And luckily for us, ammonia has been identified as currently one of the leading hydrogen carriers. For me as well, and introduce myself, I can say used to say I work in fertilizers. I can say I work in clean energy, which I can tell you is much nicer received. But on that note, we've been looking at low carbon, renewable, and as well as renewable ammonia projects. We in the UAE, in Egypt, and looking elsewhere as well. In terms of the green ammonia, we have similar to NG, we have a small 5 megawatt plant that we're testing as well in Egypt, which is currently running, and developing a 100 megawatt project for which we have also secured an on-selling, basically offtake agreement with H2 Global for a period of 7 years of the total offtake, which we're also taking on, which is, at a longer period. So I don't want to repeat, a lot of the things Stefan said, but just obviously the region has a great renewable energy resources. Construction costs are, however, higher in the region versus, other areas that we've also looked at. Obviously not as high as the US, but still they're high given a lot of the activity that's also happening in the region. In terms of financing, obviously much lower country risk in this region versus others. However, you also don't have access to some of the DFI financing that you would say have maybe in a country like Egypt or grants, etc. The main challenge for us, and it is for in general low carbon as well as renewable ammonia, is that initially there seemed to be a lot of expectations in terms of the demand, right? In terms of Europe exporting 10 million tons of hydrogen by 2030, so there was a lot of I would say drive, as you mentioned, at least from our side. Okay, let's do these demos. Let's even look at bigger projects here in the EU. We're doing a 1 million ton low carbon ammonia project, want to increase. But we're not seeing that pull, and I think that's kind of the main challenge that we're currently seeing. And we see a lot of the solutions that we hear of, like, okay, well, you see the renewable energy journey. Why don't we need subsidies, and then you can basically reach the same efficiencies and lower costs? It sounds theoretically makes sense, right? But then when you look at the actual gaps, let's say I mentioned the 10 million tons of hydrogen to Europe. If you convert that approximately to ammonia, let's say 50 million tons, and assuming it's only a $300 premium, you're talking $15 billion per year. And I mentioned H2 Global, which we were awarded. Even with that, we're supplying about 70,000 tons per year. So you see that gap. And H2 Global, they did increase their budget. And what was announced recently, they have a bigger amount, but still, we're talking very small amounts. In Japan, it's 15 billion or 20 billion over 15 years. And my point is, we're very far off, and the governments won't be able to kind of plug that gap themselves. Obviously, we also talk about, okay, regulations. These pass on it further down, right, to the end consumer. Also, given this big gap, it result in huge inflation. So, obviously, I don't have the solution, but as a producer and as an off-taker as well, also we need to find someone to pass these products on to. And what we've realized is that in all the projects, the expectations from the developers, and I realize you mentioned something that's also refreshing, is that usually the developers, the lenders, they try to basically push, in my view at least, push all the risk, not all of it, not the technical risk, the operation risk, but the commercial risk onto the off-taker, right? So as an off-taker, we're expected, let's say a lot of the projects are like 1 million tons of ammonia, let's say at whatever number, $1,000, it's like $1 billion a year, times $20 billion contract. Imagine, anyone going to their board to sign a $20 billion contract. It's not easy, right? With that 20 billion, very likely you'll have you need to record a big portion of that on your balance sheet. So how many projects of that can you do, right? And then in addition, you're told, okay, you need to provide the guarantee. If you defaulted 2 years, you have the lenders we need to repay. As equity investors, we want our money, and we want the returns we were expected to make. And if we had donors, well, we need to also pay them back, because obviously we didn't achieve these targets. So therefore, we need to. So basically, the way I see it is a lot of this risk is put on the off-taker, and it needs to be distributed. Us, let's say, as off-takers or in the final user, okay, let's say we can take a 10-year commitment, and we on-sell to someone that takes a 5-year commitment. But then the developers, they are willing to take that risk from year 10 to 20 somehow, on their own balance sheet. So it has to be a distributed risk, because otherwise we'll be in the same dilemma, I think, for a long time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Stefan and Tarek. It's very interesting, actually, the point of the impact across the whole value chain and stakeholders, not only a developer or off-taker point, it's also the financing side of things, the society as a whole, the economy. Fully agree. We have touched upon the global and regional views. So, Andreas, it would be great to hear what's happening in UAE and how is Masdar contributing to the clean hydrogen economy.
Alejandro, thank you very much. And it's good to be here on stage looking around. I'm a believer into green hydrogen by profession, because I'm running the business development for green hydrogen at Masdar. I think it's the third time that we're having the summit now. 3 years ago, if you would have looked here into the audience, you would see probably people who are interested to understand what is green hydrogen, a lot of hype. Yeah? If I look now in the room, I see friends and I see business partners, I see a lot of collaboration. I think we have established really strong relationships over these last 3 years and built a strong hydrogen community. Everybody still, I think, with a very strong conviction that now is the time not to slow down, actually to still go full force ahead. And I think that's very important, and I think Ivana made the right statement also this morning. Now is not the time to slow down, now it's not the time to take a break, now is the time to create. And so we started our journey, as you probably all know, with a strong ambition of building 1 million tons of green hydrogen. We want to do this within 10 years. And we always said we want to do half of it in the UAE and half of it outside of the UAE. And this ambition is unchanged. Yeah? We probably acknowledge that this timeline maybe has slightly shifted, but also if I look what the Hydrogen Council is saying in its growth trajectory, the curve maybe has been shifted by 2 to 3 years, but the overall curve shape, the direction where we're all heading, that is unchanged, and that's important. Yeah? And also, the clear steer for me is 2/3 will be green in the next 10 years. It will not be blue. There's a strong focus on this, so I think we're all here in the right room to make these things happen. For us at Master, we feel privileged that we have here strong leaders who are supporting us in this vision. We have the low-carbon hydrogen policies. This was issued, and where Master takes a strong role now to develop a master plan for making it happen, to putting it into reality. We will hear in the afternoon a bit more about the concept of hydrogen oasis, which we want to implement here. So the UAE is very determined, and you saw it, I think, the spirit, the atmosphere, you can smell it. The summit shows that there's a strong drive to make it happen. And on the international side, I mean, as I said, we have our partners here. It's equally the same. We have a strong focus towards the markets in Europe, where we're working on a lot of projects, which I hope we are getting close to FID, so full force ahead, but also outside of Europe, Americas is still in our focus. So I think nothing has changed. We want to be not only a developer, we want to be a leader, we want to be a shaper of this industry. So that's why I feel honored, I feel privileged that Master not only became a member of the Hydrogen Council, but also the first board member from the GGC this year, something we're celebrating, something we're very happy, something that we take as a responsibility to further add value and shape this. We also became a member of Hydrogen Europe. So again, it's all about collaboration, and I really urge you here in the room, come together, let's share ideas, share our knowledge. People are always saying, oh, what we had earlier, when are the cost of green hydrogen coming down? Well, it will only come from when you learn, and learning comes only from doing, and it will only bring economies of scale if you build it. So as we said, it's not the time to slow down, now it's really the time to move forward.
Great, thank you very much, Andreas. Fully agree. As we were saying before, we need to scale up, and you cannot scale up by yourself. We are all on the same page there. I think we were discussing before regarding potential issues on the offtake. No, there's a gap between the price and the cost, as clearly Stefan and Tarek have mentioned, and also I guess on the contract there's also a bit of a gap. So Eduardo, it would be great to hear your thoughts regarding how do you see that gap being right now, and how can we try to address that gap in the coming years?
So thank you, Alejandro. It's a pleasure to be back at the Green Hydrogen Summit. My name is Eduardo Net, and I lead the Energy and Utilities practice for CVA. We support, in the green hydrogen space, both developers, investors, off-takers on getting these negotiations, to a close. If you look at all the key announcements, why offtake is such an important criteria and condition. Of all the key announcements of green hydrogen projects, throughout the pipeline, only 12-point-something%, have some type of offtake commitment, and only 10% of those, are actually, hard binding commitments with full terms established. Yeah, so there's still a lot of work to do to make sure that, these key condition is worked through, and then the projects can, move into, financial investment decision and of course, off the ground. Now, the three main, aspects that we see in these type of negotiations, and you've mentioned about the importance of, distributing, the risks, making sure that, both from, off-takers, developers, the conditions are, well distributed, yeah, and they typically run around on three main parts. Yeah, one is really on the price expectation, and price expectation including, what is the green premium that, then, off-takers are able to take, and number two, also cascade down in further in their value chains. Yeah. Number two is the contract duration. I think you alluded as well, on these, expectation. Is it, a 5-year, commitment, 10-year commitment, kind of full 20-year commitment on a, as you would see at the type of infrastructures, industries. Yeah. So the timeline of these commitment. And number three, on the actual commitment mechanism. And of course, now here we're getting, into more technical, discussions, but, around specific on the type of price formula that allows, we can't foresee, how the future is going to be in 10 to 20 years' time. And you want to have a concrete, commitment mechanism and pricing mechanism that allows for different scenarios on the future that still the parties, are going to be, satisfied on making that contract, right? So it really drills down from at these level of negotiations from the bringing, the key consortiums and the different players on board into discussing the specifics of again, the price expectations that can be, accommodated from both ends, the duration parts, and then the right mechanisms that ensure that the contract is fair, not just today at time of signing, but is gonna be valid for the next 5 to 10 years.
Great. Mark, would be great to hear your quick thoughts on these points. If you have heard any, I mean, given your experience across the world as Macquarie, if there are any key learnings to address some of those issues that Eduardo has defined so well.
Okay. At the risk of uttering more complete bullshit. So look, I do agree that we need to have realistic expectations about how quickly this new market can become industrialized and achieve some big portion of the expectations that we all have. And we also need to see the industrialization benefits of costs that we've seen happen in other technologies. But incrementalism probably won't get us there. We saw a huge dividend for governments and communities around the world of strong intervention by governments to support the development of solar and wind 15 years ago and intensely through the second decade of this century. That produced cost decline that nobody predicted. And we need to see that start happening in this space. We feel very comfortable with the technology, by the way. That's not an obstacle to getting exposed to this space at all. I think it's really encouraging that in Europe and in the US in particular, the large parts of the necessary intervention are in process, but they're happening right now. We're still waiting. May this year, we hope, in Europe, we will have these mandates in place around Europe, and that will be game-changing, because nobody's going to voluntarily pay $8 per kilogram or whatever it is when they can get grey for $2. But we need all of that stuff to be in place, and only when that strong intervention happens will the exposures that we've got in Europe and the US click from being potential FIDs to actual FIDs. We need that leadership from government to get these markets going.
Thank you so much. That was very clear. And perhaps, Pierre, as part of Hy24, you have some of the largest hydrogen players in the world. Do you believe that consortiums could be part of the solution towards unlocking capital?
So the building of consortium has been the motto of most of the things I've done in my 20 years of career, from lobby organizations to the council to this platform. And indeed, the Hy24 is an asset manager, but it's been built as a platform. And we have embedded into our strategy the consortium upstream. So the investors are a mix of industrial players and financial players, because the industrial players would not do a fund if they didn't get the leverage from the financial ones, and the financial would not come if there was no skin in the game from the industrial. So we have Air Liquide, Vinci, Total, Plug, Sharp, Baker Hughes, CMA, Airbus, and many others. And we do, it's not enough, so we also moved into doing dedicated co-investment partnership, the first one being with Masdar, because they are a significant player in the zone, and they are leading in the strategy and ambitions in the Gulf Coast countries and outside. So that's another way. And the third element of the consortium, and it's a way to bounce back to what you said on the ammonia price. The increase of ammonia to by maybe 50% represents only, in the end, 2 to 3% of the price of a French baguette, 1 to 2% of the price of a can of beer. So if you don't have in the consortium the end users, it doesn't work. And that's the big issue, is we cannot only put the blame on hydrogen. Hydrogen is more costly, yes, but in the end, it's part of a far bigger stockpile. And last, to bounce back, and I agree absolutely what you said, on the renewable, there is one difference, is that for hydrogen, we don't need to divide the cost by 20, as we were for solar. We need to divide the cost by 2. So I'm not saying it's easy, but I think the gap is not so huge. So it's just everyone doing its steps of the challenge.
Exactly. Speaking about the gap, perhaps Tarek and also for Eduardo, how do you see the role of off-takers? What can off-takers do differently to bridge the gap? Is there any flexibility, any way to support in that front?
Well, I mean, again, I just don't see that off-takers have much control, but also, to Jean's point, like it's what about happens afterwards, right? So, I mentioned regulations, and maybe like if you have just regulations across all, then yes, you're increasing inflation. But if there are certain industries, where it actually doesn't have a huge impact on the end consumer, like the person eating the baguette or using the detergent, etc., okay, then enforce it on these industries. Again, it depends on how much that will create of a demand, right? Because if it's 1% of the cost, likely it's also not a huge portion of the total ammonia that's being potentially. Again, I think this needs further. I don't have that answer, but I think that would be a good step to kind of, and then you enforce it, and then it has the benefit on both ends. So I think that would be one portion. But again, as the off-takers, we're regulated by the markets we're in, right? We can't just take a product and enforce the price on someone that doesn't want to pay because they can buy it cheaper. So it's more of a market dynamic. So.
Yeah, and I think to reinforce your point on because most of the projects that reach FID still had a huge commitment from off-takers in terms of taking the risk of the price and volumes so far, and that absolutely has to change in terms of having that spread both upstream and downstream on the key industries. So at the same time, there is still that need for that big muscle from the large off-takers to push the next wave of projects, and that's not just on the financial side, but is very agreeing with you on the political muscle to make sure that the downstream industries are actually then push the right type of incentives and the right type of mechanisms to make sure there's that adoption, right? So there is let's say the financial commitment that has supported these very early stage projects. Then there is also the soft power in terms of making sure the downstream industries get the right regulation and the right level of demand going forward.
Thank you so much. To close the loop on the offtake side, Andreas, could you give us your view on who do you believe which industries will be the first movers to reach FID, and what's the rationale behind it?
I think what you guys said is very right. It takes governments now to walk the talk, to have clear incentives, clear subsidy support mechanisms to make it happen on the one side. We see the IRA, we see H2 Global, we have members of H2 Global here in the room today. That is all needed to unlock it. On the other hand, We also need to see that where we have strong policies, quotas, maybe penalties in place, that's where markets are happening now. Why is offtake or FIDs happening in Europe? Because, yes, refineries have to decarbonize. There are now binding quotas for sustainable aviation fuel. That is helping in what it unlocks. And so that's where we see a lot of action, where first FIDs are now happening. Definitely here, we are also here in the UAE, we're focused strongly on sustainable aviation fuel projects. Green steel is another project where we see first FIDs happening, especially also as we had here the successful pilot in the UAE with M-Steel. So these are the industry going first. You see, I think, 240 methanol ships have now been ordered, so that's probably the next wave, maritime fuels kicking in. So a lot of sectors happening, probably with different speeds, but I think it takes, where we don't have regulations and quotas, it takes a strong commitment. And I really like what you said. We need to address stronger the end consumers to find green hydrogen sexy, because in the end, it is not so much more important. Yes, green steel probably costs you 50 or even more to produce than regular steel, but the car itself, maybe $500 more. It's negligible.
Not even 150.
So, and the same is if it's your flight ticket that is using ESAF. You're willing to pay a higher price when the flight tickets go up in the high season for the holiday, but when it comes to sustainable aviation, the demand is not there. So it really is up to the end customers to stand up and ask, so is this a carbon neutral product? Is it made with green hydrogen? That is the power of the end consumer which we need to address, that can create an additional pull we need to see.
Thank you so much. Last question, but for sure not least, Stefan, also you have experience here with different types of archetypes, and perhaps that issue that we're looking into, how to solve the finance gap or how to unlock the capital. Do you believe we should have the same solutions for large-scale gigascale projects versus the pilots, or how are you or NGR structuring each of them, and what are the solutions for each archetype?
As human, we tend to aim very big, and so we look at very big scale and a lot of enthusiasm, but then we kind of quickly go down as well into the reality. So those opportunities are there. We are all, as developer and investor, looking at reaching FID as quick as possible. But I think for all the hurdles we mentioned today, we can see that it will take time. There's a lot of challenges to be solved. And it's important that we start with scale and then we scale up. So today it's much easier. This is what we did for projects in Australia with Yara, to find good partners, share the risk, share the development cost, share the construction cost, have realistic ambitions on the returns of those projects, and avoid project finance just being on pure balance sheet. So this is what we are doing to really unlocking and provoking and learn from those projects. So we build one with Anglo-American, we have another one with Yara in partnership with Mitsui. I think it's very important we start with the scale first, but we also at the same time looking at those big potential. The region is offering so much opportunities that we want to be part, of course, of it, but we are facing the challenges mentioned today. As human also, we tend to focus on the problems, but I think we can say that a lot has been solved already. Only a few years ago, we were monitoring, which country has a hydrogen strategy. It was not so long ago, for renewables, it took 2 decades to reach where we are today. Then we looked at which country has a policy and these kind of things, but the region is offering also great incentives in allocating land, in offering a very good cost of electricity, existing infrastructure that we can use. Most of the key countries in the UAE have established their national champions to drive this. That's super important, with the governmental or semi-governmental entities. There is the rise of green bonds, financing. We are still, of course, missing some of the points mentioned today, but I would say looking at the positive side, we are in a very good environment here to make it happen in the next few years. By 2030, we should reach some significant milestones, I would say.
We fully concur with the positive view of things. I would just like to end up the panel by thanking the panelists and looking forward to continuing to contribute to the unlocking the capital and reaching FIDs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have to follow me, eh?
I was not.
Thank you very much indeed to Alejandro and his esteemed panelists for their fantastic contribution to our panel discussion and also to the Green Hydrogen Summit here today. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, just before as I stand between you and your lunch with so much talk of baguettes and croissants, it was inevitable that there is much food for thought. We hope that you'll enjoy the refreshments and the networking. My kind request is that you rejoin me here in this room, seated in your positions at 1:30 latest, where we will resume our agenda and cover important topics like hydrogen harmonization, heavy industry decarbonization, and of course the potential that hydrogen has to revolutionize aviation, a panel discussion I'm very much looking forward to moderating. Until then, bon appétit, sartène, and I'll see you at 1:30. Thank you. very warm welcome back, Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, to the second half of the Green Hydrogen Summit here at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2025. We very much hope that you enjoyed your lunch and the networking, because we have a fantastic second half of the day lined up for you. In the morning sessions, we covered everything from accelerating the global green hydrogen revolution. We touched upon policy frameworks, what was essential to put in place to really attract and shape global investment. We also touched upon trade models in the hydrogen economy and the all-important topic of unlocking capital to really capitalize on the potential of the hydrogen industry. So, moving ahead, our next session will be led by Frank Waters, the chairman of MENA Hydrogen, in just a moment, who will focus on the critical standardization and regulatory frameworks essential to cross-border hydrogen trade. The panel will also have a close look at not only the certification systems and those all-important safety protocols that need to be in place to really accelerate market development, and of course they will underline the seamless international hydrogen deployment's efficiency. What do we need to do better today to get where we need to go? Before we delve into all of those topics, here to set the scene is the CEO of Hydrogen Europe, Yorgo Chatzimarkakis. Please welcome him.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on global harmonization. I hope you had a wonderful break and lunch. Now let's talk about something very, very important: how to harmonize the global markets on hydrogen. I would like to remind you that we are in year number 3 of this event here, so for the 3rd year. In most of the countries globally, we are in year 5 or 6 of hydrogen strategies, and that is why we need to start to compare the hydrogen sector to other sectors. It took oil, gas, and coal between 44 and 50 years in order to get a 10% market penetration globally. The renewables are at 7-8% globally. It took them 20 years, much faster, but it still takes time, and they didn't reach the 10%. This is why we should be cautious in going for over-expectations in the hydrogen sector. The hydrogen sector is, again, in a very early stage. However, we need to make sure that global standards are everywhere the same. And this is something we need to fight for, because it is not the case so far. The good news is that during the last COP in Baku, Azerbaijan, the global leaders convened and signed the so-called Hydrogen Declaration. So after the big pledge of COP here in Dubai, in the Emirates, where we had the tripling of renewables, the tripling also of nuclear, and the doubling of energy efficiency, one COP later, people understood we need to do something on hydrogen, because all these electrons need somehow to be stored, to be transported, and that's good. At the same time, the global leaders, the so-called International Hydrogen Trade Forum, adopted some fundamental ISO standards. So this, for most of you, does not sound very attractive, but standards are the currency of global trade. Standards are important, and the hydrogen sector has, all over the years, developed some important standards that are very, very transparent, that show the emission footprint, the carbon footprint, and this is key. We now need to adopt, all of us, the same standards the same way. This is what our panel today is about, and I also would like to say that different geographies, of course, have different political cultures, different ideas how complex things should be, and this is why it seems to be complicated at the moment Let's make it simple. Let's make it easier. Let's discuss today how we can implement the global harmonization of standards for the hydrogen market. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch. And I would like to start by thanking the organizers for making my job super easy, because if I look at this panel, I don't have to do much. All of them are top-class experts in their fields, and my job is really to cut them short, because I'm sure that if I give anybody the mic, they won't stop talking because of the richness of the messages that they have to convey. The topic, however, is not that easy. I remember we had a Belgian astronaut visiting us here in Abu Dhabi a couple of years ago, and he told us about the International Space Station, which has 110 volts in some modules and 240 in others, because we couldn't agree on a standard. And the same was actually also true for the water purification. So there are two different types of water purification. If you would, connect the wrong ones, you would poison the astronauts. So standardization is hard, but it's also necessary. And I would like to start with you, Alicia, because part of what you've been doing is working with the International Maritime Organization, which is a global organization that regulates shipping. And part of that effort has been looking at standards and harmonization. What can you tell us about that?
Sure. So I think a lot of people would be familiar with their biggest meeting, which was MEPC 80, that was in 2023 summer. And that's when they actually announced some major goals, a big shift in thinking. IMO had basically promised to hit net zero by 2100 originally, so not very aggressive. And MEPC 80 was agreed that they would do it by 2050, so it's in line with most places, which is great. But also they agreed that they would do cradle to grave or well to wake, however you want to call it, basically a life cycle analysis of the emissions, so that you would have an emissions intensity factor, and that is how you could compare the fuels. They also agreed...
It's mostly about the fuels, right?
Yes, so the fuels, I was just about to go there, but you read my mind. The fuel standards, first about the fuel standards themselves, what types of fuels, but also they have a target for 5% being zero emissions or near zero emissions fuels, which is essentially hydrogen-based fuels, and stretching or striving for 10%. And that is a huge amount, actually. When they actually calculate the percentage, they're starting in 2008. So when they say net zero in 2050, they're starting from 2008, and they have to reduce down from that baseline, and they've been growing at 8% per annum. So it's actually, when they say 10%, it actually, for any other industry, might feel like 100%. It's really, really a large amount to cut. They also agreed that they would have a number for the financial incentive / disincentive for shipping with inappropriate fuels or fuels that are dirtier than others. And that is going to come out this summer at the MEPC meeting in June, and that is being agreed right now. All of the meetings between 2023 summer and now have been very positive, and it's just been another step forward towards this agreement. But the IMO is composed of, I think, 180 member states, and unlike other bodies, each state has one vote. So it's a really difficult thing to get everybody's agendas.
Like the United Nations, right?
Yes, and getting everyone's agendas aligned is difficult because some countries are responsible for the problems, like my own country, and some countries are suffering from what has happened because of the problems, and they fear that some of the rules that come into place might harm them. So, something has to be negotiated well. But the new Secretary General is Arsenio Dominguez, and he is just a fantastic negotiator, an incredible person who is looking out for all of the member states. and he's in for 8 years. He just got in last January. And so that is just amazing sign. And before that, he was the head of environment. So this is very much on his radar screen. And I think we have the best chances ever of getting a really good plan moving forward that will encourage shipping companies to use more environmentally friendly fuels.
Thank you. Now, if you're then looking at, let's say, a global industry like shipping is, I mean, that is the definition of a global industry. What is their thinking around, what kind of organizational structure can support the standards, that will underpin these fuels?
Well, I think they've been working with a number of different entities, like the International Hydrogen. Now I've forgotten it. International Hydrogen
Partnership for Hydrogen Economy.
Well, everything sort of goes back to APHE, right? Yeah. Which people heard from earlier. So APHE standards and ISO standards, those will be generally used. So the standards themselves are not really that contentious. About 80% of the whole shipping world, so not by population, but by like amount of shipping done, about 80% of those countries have already agreed they're going to do this life cycle analysis that will show what the emissions intensity is of the fuels. So that part is generally agreed, and that's with ISO. And most people find ISO to be a good third party to regulate in terms of standards.
But then you have the standards. Then how do you?
But then you have the regulations,
yeah.
And I think that's the distinction. The regulations are by the countries, so the countries have to. They're right to say we're going to allow this level or this level. They have their own roadmaps to their net zero dates that they've agreed to, and so they have their own ability to say what the regulations will be. And so part is I think everyone is going to respect the standards of others. Like the regulatory standards, but not calculate the standard in a different way. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, the math is the same, but my country might say we only will allow 20%, and another country might say we'll only allow 30%, and the tax might be different on either. And so, just
as
like
long as it fits the overall IMA standards, it all adds up to the same.
Exactly.
Interesting. Thank you, Frans. Verbund is the largest Austrian company, and you've been among the most active companies developing the European green hydrogen space. Now, what are, from your company's perspective, key regulatory hurdles that stop you from going all out on hydrogen?
Thank you, Frank. Happy to be back at the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. Thanks for the invitation from our partner, Master. Verbund is actively driving the energy transition by producing green electricity and green hydrogen for our customers. And to really get to a traded commodity market or cross commodity traded market, I believe we first, of course, have to connect the markets with the infrastructure, to build the infrastructure. If we look to Europe, I'm talking about a pipeline system which connects the markets with, of course, the production sites, but as well also the ammonia import terminals. If we look at the gas market, we saw that the last decades we achieved it there to have infrastructure which enabled then the traded hubs and the de-risking also for all the players in the market. Of course, if we transform now this gas infrastructure to a hydrogen infrastructure, there are a lot of technical and regulatory issues to be tackled as well. We need a smart incentive plan to make this transformation happen.
Sorry to interrupt you. Somebody once told me that if you want to transform a natural gas pipeline into a hydrogen pipeline, that actually takes longer from a regulatory approval standpoint than building a new one, because you have to convince the regulator that you're not distorting the gas market, which can take whatever 3-4 years, which is the entire purpose of the transformation of the pipeline. I mean, does that make sense? Is that helpful? What's your view on this?
No, of course it's delaying, but we are also working together with partners in Germany, Austria and Italy to make the South H2 corridor happening and reality, so to connect North Africa with Central Europe. We believe this is the most feasible corridor, because also we have the opportunity here to use 75% or up to 75% of existing pipeline infrastructure. And this, of course, is a big advantage in achieving also a cost-competitive way to transport large amounts of the hydrogen. Yeah.
Thank you. No, that's very helpful. Sorry, please.
No, and there are a bundle of other topics like the certification or on the production side. If we look to the production, of course, we have some clarities on the regulation there. If we look at the RFMBO Delegated Act, of course, it's good to have him, but it's not.
We'll let Jorgo discuss that later on.
It's too complex in the end, and so we have to get more flexibility there for the project developer, that we really get into the mode to bring the projects online, yeah, and then are talking more about the details of certification.
And there's a lot of details. No, thank you. Kanehana-san, Japan has been among the earliest countries to develop a national hydrogen strategy, also with a focus on hydrogen imports. Now, Kawasaki has been involved in liquid hydrogen as the preferred transport vector. Can you explain us why that is?
Thank you very much, Frank-san. Can you hear? Great question. But first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to be the panelist here today. And before answering to your question, there are three methods to carry the hydrogen between the continent: ammonia, LOHC, and liquefied hydrogen. And I don't want to say which one is best.
Why not?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, each method has the pros and the cons. Ammonia, the pros is everybody is handling ammonia for many decades, so they know how to handle ammonia. The con is, as you know, they're toxic. And if you extract the hydrogen from the cracking, the ammonia, it needs energy. And LOHC, pro is you can use existing infrastructure of petrol tank kind of thing, tankers. And con is to extract hydrogen from LOHC, you need energy. And liquefied hydrogen, pro is the most efficient way to carry the hydrogen as a carrier. And con is nobody has ever done it. And also, technically, we need some kind of a challenge to keep minus 253 degrees C, the cryogenic. And why we picked liquid hydrogen is Kawasaki built the large tank for the Tanegashima space station in Japan. As you know, the fuel for the space rocket is a liquefied hydrogen. So we built the large tank with a supply system, and more than 40 years ago. So we know how to handle the liquefied hydrogen. And we are building also the LNG carrier. It's a minus 162 degree. It's a cryogenic liquid gas. So the liquid hydrogen is 100 degree below the LNG, but most of the technology can be used from LNG to liquefied hydrogen. And so we decided as a company strategy more than 15 years ago, okay, we will establish the supply chain of liquefied hydrogen because we know how to store, how to transport, kind of thing. And we did a pilot project 2 years ago, and we completed 3 round trips. We built the pilot ship, so-called the Swiss Frontier, which can carry 75 tons of liquefied hydrogen. And actually, we brought the ship here 2 years ago, and your people tried to ride on the ship. But anyway, so we completed the pilot project between Australia and Japan. We made 3 round trips to carry the liquefied hydrogen between the continent. And now, Japanese government, they passed the so-called Hydrogen Society Promotion Act last year. And within that law, government is preparing $20 billion fund to support the project. And for one, probably one project for ammonia, one project for LOHC, one project for liquefied hydrogen. So we raise the hand, of course, and hopefully they pick a project. Then we will build a large ship which can carry 2,500 tons of liquefied hydrogen. And also they will subsidize the capex of a receiving terminal, and they will support the price difference between the hydrogen and fuel, the fossil fuel for 15 years.
Well, I mean, yeah.
But one condition is we need to take off-taker with us, because many projects in the past failed because of they couldn't find an off-taker. So off-taker is very important. So I cannot tell the name yet, but we already found the off-taker. So we will raise a hand, and hopefully government will pick us as one.
No, thank you very much for that. And yeah, we should all thank Japan for, again, taking the lead. And $20 billion is a sizable amount of money, especially to convince people like Mohammed. I mean, you took him on the Swiss frontier, and I believe Mazar is actually looking at the liquid hydrogen project. Mohammed, at COP28, Abu Dhabi announced the low carbon hydrogen policy for the Emirate. What is Mazar doing in that context?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Frank, for this amazing panel. I'm really enjoying it, even being an audience as I sit here on stage. It's quite impressive. And for me, I think when it comes to harmonization of global standards, I think it's one of a very important enabler that help us all to push the green hydrogen from being only a concept that is sometimes doubted into the next reality of life. We need to, collaborate more than compete at this particular stage. I think when it comes to UAE was amongst the first to announce the national low carbon hydrogen strategy, whereby we have committed to 1.4 MTPA by the year 2031. The 1.4 comprise of 1 MTPA green and 1 MTPA blue. Abu Dhabi as a champion of Masdar as a champion of Abu Dhabi Inc. We are committed on the green hydrogen. We're colorblind, similar to my Kandura. We only see green. So we, not only I have the most awkward title in the world as a chief green hydrogen officer, the one and only, but we're much determined and focused on the green hydrogen as being the way forward, while we also consider the bigger spectrum of the energy mix. Department of Energy, being the policymaker and regulator of Abu Dhabi, has issued back in December 2023, during COP28, the Abu Dhabi Low Carbon Hydrogen Policy, which was trying as much as possible, to align with the international regulation and governance in relation to classification and standardization of
I think it's you.
The killer is in the house.
Okay.
We need a mic. Yep.
Hello, can you hear me? So with this, firstly, Abu Dhabi has aligned itself with the bigger picture in relation to the international regulation standardization when it comes to the classification of green vis-a-vis blue, though nowadays we don't like much the color coding. We like to call it according to the carbon intensity. So it has mandated Masdar exclusively on behalf of Abu Dhabi Inc. to take that leading role in the development of green hydrogen and derivatives. And by derivatives, we mean all the derivatives that could come as a result of the conversion of green hydrogen to a fuel, whether that fuel is methane, ethanol, methanol, whether if it's RFMBO, whether if it's DRI or ammonia. It all covers that spectrum, and also to develop the required renewable energy to produce that green molecule. In addition to that, they have identified what we call the oasis, and by the oasis are the zones that are mostly suitable to produce green hydrogen cost effectively, where we have infrastructure in ports. So one of the oases will be, for example, in the Ruwais area. For you who knows Abu Dhabi, this has always been a chemical compound, wholly owned and operated by ADNOC subsidiaries, and this is where we have all the required ports, all the required storage facilities. We're even capitalizing on some caverns, salt caverns that ADNOC is operating for storage facilities as well. And we have also the right land to operate, or the right oasis to develop the renewable energy requirement at the most cost-effective way. And then that's the first step. Once this has been identified, we started working diligently with the broader Abu Dhabi Inc. to come out with a deployment plan, an action plan, how we can transform this policy into a roadmap moving forward. And I think we are at an advanced stage where we are continuing the engagements with the different players, whether we're talking about Abu Dhabi National Oil Company and the development of the connecting pipelines between the different ports, or the different, what we call oases, where we can not only consider them for green if we continue the color coding, but green and blue based on mass balance. That could also improve in the costing, in the cost of production of low carbon hydrogen. And also working with the TAQA on the transmission mains. We are planning dedicated transmission mains that will take the green electron where it's produced at the most cost competitive way, whether wind or solar, to where the green molecule is being produced at the most cost competitive. And we do that all with perfect alignment with European regulation when it comes to the classification of green hydrogen, if you will.
Thank you, Mohammed, and this is a fantastic segue to Jorgo, who already gave us a little bit of a flavor of his thinking. I mean, I know that you've been working hard on improving the onerous European, standards that stem from some anxiety about the grids and the additional burden on the grid that some people think is important. But of course, you don't agree. Now we have something. So the question is, are you now trying to change that, which will lead to more delay, especially now because the United States has 45V, which is slightly better. What is your view? What should Europe do in your perspective?
First of all, I would like to say to Mohammed, thanks for bringing us all together. This is a fantastic conference, and the hydrogen sector needs that Global Hydrogen Day where we can discuss on very high level these things, and really congratulations to that. You brought it to the point. You don't like the color code anymore because it's not about colors. It's about carbon content. And I think if we would agree upon the 3 C's, carbon content is the new currency. We need to be able to account it, to understand how much of carbon content does the hydrogen that comes from Austria, which is very renewable, or that comes from possibly Azerbaijan, Baku, which is cleaned up. What's the carbon content? And here we need a joint, maybe a global way to look upon it. And on global level, we have some ISO standards that look into transparency from cradle to grave. That's important. We are proud of it. But honestly, we have been attacked by some NGOs, by some people who prefer electricity. Because if we compare the rules for hydrogen, they are much harsher than the rules for electricity. If you would start with color codes and electricity, you would see that it would slow down this sector enormously. That is why it's important to agree that this carbon content is important, number one, and then to come to align in ways of, well, putting a label on it. We are about to develop a digital product passport, which gives you an information like a food label on the purity of the hydrogen, the origin of the hydrogen, and whether or not it complies with rules. We have seen that in the US, last days of Biden administration, the rules have been adapted or changed. In Europe, and that was your question, the rules are extremely complex. They are over-complex. I have had...
But should we improve them right now, or should we rather provide stability and clarity? Because that's what we're hearing from the industry also. People say, well, what if you're going to change? Then, what is my investment going to do in the future?
I want to be very honest to you, because I had last week a meeting. It was the first meeting of this new commissioner, the new commissioners on energy and on the climate. So it's the new executive vice president of the commission, Mrs. Ribeira. And she asked, can we come to results without big changes? And my proposal was, let's start with lead markets. If we start with lead markets, let's say fertilizers, green steel, refining, which is the biggest markets, and we convene that we look how we create a partnership and work together, possibly more intensively with these routes because they are complex than with less complex routes, that needs a lot of more effort, but we do that. So these 3 lead markets are a way to test whether these rules.
So we're not going to change them in the short term. You're not advocating for changing.
Now, the second part of honesty, the policymakers will understand what you said. It's too complex. And they will rush in order to be competitive on global scale because the UAE is not waiting. Saudi is not waiting. India is not waiting. Japan. So the Europeans will adapt, I'm absolutely sure, because they will see it is not working. And that's why I'm very, very confident. But I need to be honest to you, that's the way to go. Let's start lead markets. We had here a fantastic meeting on fertilizers already, and that's a good start.
Thank you, Jorgo. I see we're running out of time. I wish we had a half an hour more. But Kanhana-san, what is Japan's view on standards? I mean, they're slightly different from the US and Europe. How do you harmonize that in terms of carbon content and the greenness or the blueness or the whatever?
Japanese government is looking for all the regulation standard all over the world, and they are referring all standard in every countries. And I think they are trying to find out which one is the best. And the Japanese government is always talking with the European Union government. And the best way is we need to have a synchronized, uniform regulation and standard all over the world. So I think one of the body like Hydrogen Council, which was co-chair by June last year, and Alicia is also the member, and Mohammed is also the member. So these the body should push the government of all countries to expedite. Hey, we need a common standard or regulation for the standard. We cannot carry the liquid hydrogen from country A to country B if the receptacle is different.
Yeah.
So we definitely need this very urgently, and we are pushing ISO from Japanese government.
Thank you. Alicia, are we going fast enough in this? I mean, you're involved in some of these platforms.
No, I think we're working, yes, with the International Hydrogen Trading Forum is the word I was looking for. That is the group that came out of Hydrogen Council, have been working on this. And it's really an emissions intensity standard. So it's not just carbon, it actually also includes NOx and SOx and all the other types of emissions that could occur. All the greenhouse gases, essentially. And there are things worse than carbon. Our semiconductor fabs are releasing gases that last for 10,000 years. So there are big things.
You're making it more complex.
Yes. So this is why I'm interested in semiconductors. So, but yes, I think we're there actually. As I said, already 80% of the shipping world has agreed on the sort of basics of this, and where most people agree on how to do it. And I think we're very close.
Very good. Well, let me ask you to join me in a hand of appreciation for this fantastic panel. I wish we had more time, but this is what it is. Thank you.
Our thanks to Frank and his distinguished guests for their contribution to our summit here today, ladies and gentlemen. Another stellar panel, and we have another one coming right up for you. As we ask ourselves, what can we do about the $1 trillion challenge, which is, of course, decarbonizing heavy industry through green hydrogen adoption? We have a strategic panel made up of experts in their field and leaders in the industry as they examine the viable economic models and technological solutions for industrial transformation. I'm delighted to say that you have a distinguished speaker as your moderator. He is James Schofield, and he is the Deputy Director of the Industrial Transition Accelerator from the Mission Possible Partnership. Please welcome him and his guests.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I'm delighted to be moderating this discussion around the role of green hydrogen in the decarbonization of hard-to-abate sectors. I'm James Schofield. I'm the Deputy Director of the Industrial Transition Accelerator. Before we go into the discussion, just a couple of moments on the ITA, launched at COP28, an international initiative to support and partner with project developers of large-scale, deep decarbonization production facilities of commodities, steel, aluminium, cement, and chemicals, including green ammonia, green hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuels. We are co-funded by the UAE under the COP28 presidency and Bloomberg Philanthropies, and we're working here in the UAE, partnering with industries to help de-risk and remove obstacles to final investment decisions in those big industrial facilities. We're operating in Brazil, we're soon to be operating in Bahrain, and we hope very shortly also in Egypt and India. Now, green hydrogen is recognized as an essential component of the potential decarbonization for hard-to-abate sectors of those industries and the commodity production that I just described, but also in transport. I'm delighted that we've got here, therefore, representatives on the supply side, the process automation, equipment side, the demand side, and within all these organizations, a degree of integration of all of the above. Green hydrogen, an extremely important vehicle and role to play in decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors. In the pre-conversation, everybody expressed an interest to address the question of cost, being a #1 driver of bankability and uptake of green hydrogen. So with that, let me first turn to Mr. Almas Aidarov, General Director of HiRasia 1, to talk and address this question of cost, and on the demand side, whether people care whether hydrogen is green, blue, or any other color. Mr. Aidarov.
Thank you, James. And first of all, let me say thank you to the Masdar and the government of Abu Dhabi and UAE for the hosting us and for this special day of green hydrogen. We're glad to see all our colleagues and partners. Regarding our projects, we are a 100% German company and developing new projects. The name is HiRasia 1 in Kazakhstan. We have designed and secured land plots for the total capacity 40 gigawatts now, and now we finished the pre-FEED stage and identified the stages and trying to understand which scale of the project should we do according to the market, and as you said, the core issue is the price. If we see 2023, the whole world is consumed 97 million tons hydrogen. Mostly, it's of course a heavy industry, and less than 1% of this was a green hydrogen. Green, blue, something close to green or blue, low capture hydrogen. So there is no demand yet for the green hydrogen because of the price, yeah? We see that the price of the gray hydrogen like $1-2 USD for 1 kg, and the green hydrogen is 4, 5, 6 times higher now. And I believe that heavy industry is happy to use the low carbon hydrogen in any color, but because of the price, because of the availability. We couldn't shift our problems to the heavy industry because heavy industry has his own problems, his own market, steel production, and the world is changing, the market is changing, the same problems. And who will be cover this gap? In our view, we have to move from the both sides. I mean, the using the gray hydrogen should be more expensive because of the policies, because of the carbon tax, because of the standards, availability to and capitals, etc., and low carbon aims. And from the second part, from the producer side, of course, we have to reduce our costs because by scale, by new technologies, by developing electrolyzer. But we believe that it will be achievable the next 2, 3, maybe 4 years, we hope, if the war issues will not develop and increasing again. And I'm just from China, and what we see, we understand that China now is more than 50% of the green energy market, and we see that in some products of the green, the China has achieved they shrink the gap between the price for the normal methanol or green methanol. We see that the difference in the price is less than 50% now. So it means that models is working and is achievable, and of course we have to find the new technologies, we have to unite it, we have to bring very cheap finance, especially for the capexes. Otherwise, we will face a new crisis with the prices. For instance, in our hometown in Germany, I mean, for the citizens, the cost of the 1 kilowatt now is something around 30 US euro. In such kind of the price, the citizen doesn't care which color is it. You couldn't pay so lot of money for the energy, and if you will face this problem, you will again back to the old technologies. This is a problem which I think it's not new, all speakers talking about from the different cases, but the core issue, we have to solve the gap issues. And we're working together with our governments. Some governments is much developed. For instance, in the Kazakhstan, we still didn't provide a special legislation for hydrogen, for the green hydrogen. The hydrogen is still in our legislation like a technical gas. This is the solution and what we are looking for in UAE, how the UAE and the Gulf countries is identifying the green hydrogen, and especially in the list of the green energy. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Mr. Aidarov. Let me turn to Dr. Joe Pratt, CEO of Zero Emissions Industries, a technology expert going all the way back to the US National Fuel Cell Research Center. Dr. Pratt, what are the most promising technology vectors to boost that demand and supply where the barriers to entry and uptake are lowest? And I know you have a particular focus on the transport sector, so please feel free to focus your comments on that sector.
Great, thanks, James. I think what we're seeing now is the places where hydrogen is already used in heavy industry, whatever the color is, are the easiest from a technological perspective to deploy green hydrogen. Hydrogen is hydrogen no matter what the color is when it comes to the end use. So something like ammonia production is pretty simple to transition over to green hydrogen if you have the hydrogen available. It's the same exact process. Mr. Singh may be able to talk more about the steelmaking technology needed to transition that. But any place, hydrotreating of crude, et cetera, it's a pretty simple technologically. If we look at, and I agree with everything that was just said, my belief is that hydrogen has to be much cheaper than fossil fuel, regardless of the color, in order for it to be adopted in energy and transportation. So we need to look at technically where are the areas that are adding cost to the hydrogen supply chain. An example is in transportation sector in the United States. We can make hydrogen for about $1.50 US at the gate using natural gas today. By the time it gets to the hydrogen fueling station where the Toyota Mirai or light-duty car fills up, it's $36. So where did that $34 come from? It's in the compression or liquefaction, it's in the trucking, it's in the cost of that fueling station, which is incredibly technically complex to be able to increase the pressure to 1,000 bar and cool it to -40. All of these technical steps add significant cost to the end molecule to the customer. One of the reasons why heavy industry is attractive is because of the volume. Number one, the more hydrogen you're using, the lower the cost. Second of all, you don't need that complicated infrastructure if you're fueling directly from a truck of hydrogen into, say, a tugboat. Maritime is one of the areas I'm pretty familiar with. And so you can eliminate cost out of that whole value chain and get to the point where maybe you're using somewhere around 5 tons a day of hydrogen in a ferry or a tug. Now you're cost competitive with diesel. You've eliminated some of the technical work along the way. You've increased your consumption on a regular basis. That's the way we're going to get to cost parity, or in my mind, we're going to beat the cost of fossil fuel. And when it comes to green hydrogen, that's the goal, right? We don't want to keep using gray or black or whatever hydrogen forever, but we can start with lower cost fossil fuel produced hydrogen today, get that out into the market in areas where it's cost effective, and then at the same time we can start transitioning the supply to green with some of the projects that are happening here in this region of using solar energy, and the marginalized cost of solar electricity is so small. Be able to produce green hydrogen for less than we're making hydrogen from fossil fuel. So to me, that's kind of the process we're going to get there, and it's all enabled by the huge amount of offtake that is a surety from day one in heavy industry. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. Staying with the demand theme, and you mentioned Mr. Singh, Mr. Sanjay Singh, Director of Strategy at Jindal Steel, a different demand sector. In India in particular, how do you see the evolution and the take-up of green hydrogen and DRI technology within the steel industry, a massively growing sector for domestic demand for steel? Your views on the role for green hydrogen there?
Thank you. India is the second largest steel producer in the world. Produces to the tune of 150 million metric ton of steel annually. And all of us would know that steel making process is very complicated, very complex. And there is not one process which makes entire steel. There are 3 kinds of processes. There are 3 kinds of blast furnaces which are used in steel making: electric arc furnace, induction furnace, blast furnace. Electric arc furnace can use green hydrogen easily, but not blast furnace in a similar manner. And that's the reason you mentioned right in the beginning that we are a group of hard-to-abate sectors. And steel sector emits 2.5, I'm talking about India, tons of carbon dioxide per ton of steel. And it really requires that a very, very push from all quarters to be able to reduce carbon dioxide emission. So when it comes to electric arc furnace, then again, there are certain challenges. The most important challenge is it requires good raw material, where the Fe content is of iron ore is more than 62%. And generally the model which we are hearing in newspapers, that's the scrap-based model of electric arc furnace. And electric arc and scrap is available only in those countries which developed before the developing countries. In India, I'll talk about that. You'll see that there is a very strong correlation between the economic growth at any given point of time and the consumption of steel. In India, it is to the tune of around 7% both. 7% steel is growing and economy is growing 7 to 8% in last 7 to 8 to 10 years. And where does this steel go? It goes, 60% of the steel in India goes in construction sector. And so that cannot be really curtailed. And so the steel making in the same manner has to go on. And out of these 3 processes, the mainstream process is the blast furnace. And blast furnace is most difficult to green because it cannot absorb, it cannot take green hydrogen in the same manner electric arc furnace, because the electric arc furnace can use green hydrogen and can substitute gas. They are primarily based on gas, whereas can be syngas and natural gas. So that can be substituted, and through that, the carbon emission reduction can be to the tune of 75%. But blast furnace requires different kind of strategy. But what is the main bottleneck in terms of greening steel industry? It is the investment. In India, we have a capacity of around 170 million metric ton. Government of India, I've been part of policy making for quite a substantial period of time. They have made a analysis, a prediction that how much money would be required to, in terms of investment, to retrofit the current steel making facilities. I mean, that has been to the tune of $283 billion. So where this money is going to come from? So that is a major bottleneck, but it's not that. Governments are doing a lot of things. In India, we have a national green hydrogen mission, which aims to produce 3 million metric ton of green hydrogen by 2030. Then there is a green steel policy, which is going to push demand for steel. It is going to provide incentive to green steel and also put some kind of a disincentives for brown steel and the conventional steel. Similarly, about the scrap policy. So a lot of levers are in place. I can talk about my company, which I represent. We are going to produce around 4,500 metric ton of green hydrogen by end of this year, which will be used in steel making, which will be mixed with syngas in electric arc furnace route. RE capacity 3 gigawatt is going to be set up. So all the levers are in place, but this as such is a hard to abate sector, and it requires collaboration all through government, private, R&D. Only then a difference can be made.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly turn to Mr. Al-Jeffrey, Head of Green Hydrogen Investment Support at Masdar. We've heard about different demand sectors and the vectors that they can provide to grow demand. You're on the supply side, but also deeply involved in projects to then that will absorb that green hydrogen. What is your view on the demand dynamics that you see here in the region, a fast-growing industrial base and a construction sector? And where do you think the real potential is to further accelerate that growth, both of supply, but then with clear destinations in the demand sectors?
Thank you, James. So first of all, I want to emphasize the importance of having these kind of conversations which are focused on the sectors that really need hydrogen to decarbonize, and specifically heavy industries and long-haul transportation. Because for them, it's not a luxury to use hydrogen, but it's a necessity. And we look at the heavy industries and the need for hydrogen to decarbonize heavy industries. It's very important to highlight that right now we're living in a period of a global industrialization that we haven't seen since the first industrial revolution. And it's driven by the expansion of artificial intelligence and robotics. And that kind of expansion in artificial intelligence and robotics can be seen by few numbers. For example, in the next 3 years, it's expected that 20% increase in data centers spending on building data centers. Also, another number is that semiconductors manufacturing is going to reach $1 trillion in the market by 2030. So these market trends, you can also project that other industries that are also impacted by artificial intelligence or robotics are also going to expand similarly. So, for example, healthcare and education, all of these sectors are going to be impacted. Now, all of these sectors, when they kind of grow this much and the infrastructure requires a lot of investments, this also comes back to the heavy industries products demand in steel, chemicals, aluminum, refinery products. All of these are going to increase in the demand. Now, to solve that thing, you need an energy system that will be able to supply that demand from the heavy industries, but also you needed to make sure that you also achieve your decarbonization targets. And as we say, the solution is an all of the above solution, where you will need hydrogen, you will need carbon capture, electrification, batteries, and many other solutions. Hydrogen is very unique because, well, first of all, it's playing a role in decarbonizing many of these hard-to-abate sectors. And also hydrogen is a product that can be transported across regions. So you produce hydrogen wherever it's cheap, and then you transport it wherever it makes sense to consume. And that comes with opportunities and challenges as well. But if you look at the view moving forward, back to the question on the demand and the cost, currently hydrogen is still a nascent market, and the cost will go down with time, definitely. But in the short term, the rapid increase in the demand for these heavy industries is growing at a faster pace. And that gap needs to be bridged by policy and regulation, and that's very important to be implemented as soon as possible. And we see really good examples in Europe, for example, to decarbonize refinery and other specific heavy industries. Longer term, definitely the cost of hydrogen needs to go down, and there are kind of ways to go about that. First of all, you will need to kind of start small scale and then grow big. That's very important. You will need a lot of technological advancement, economies of scale, as I've said, as well as effective partnerships. At Masdar, we are committed to achieving our target of becoming a global leader in green hydrogen production. We are backed by our renewables energy business and presence, where we're targeting to reach 100 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030, and we are already halfway through. Heavy industries is a specific area that we target in terms of production of green hydrogen. Last year, we have announced with our partners, M-Steel, a first of its kind green steel production pilot that will use green hydrogen, certified green hydrogen, to produce green steel using DRI, and that green steel is also certified green steel. So that pilot is an enabler for us to kind of advance this technology, which will basically reduce the steel production carbon emissions by 95%, but also it paves the way for us to basically expand on this area in the future as well with our partners.
Thank you, Ali. Now, turning to our last two speakers who kind of play an intermediary role on all sides to orchestrate, let me first turn to Joaquin Rodriguez Yajarake, apologies for the pronunciation, Director of Hydrogen and Clean Energies at Moeve, formerly known as CEPSA. You're on the supply side, but you're also very involved in trying to orchestrate the various aspects of the value chain to accelerate the deployment and uptake. Could you just give us some of your experience of what you see both in your work in Europe, around Spain, but also into Northern Europe, and more generally what that tells us about how to orchestrate the supply chain and value chain to accelerate the deployment of these energies?
Thank you very much. I also want to thank Masdar for hosting this event and the government of Abu Dhabi, because this is very important. After several years, we are realizing that there are many, many small details, and sometimes the devil is in the details on how to make this new industry happen. At Moeve, what we realize is that we should apply the same principles that we have been using for refining crude oil into different products. So hydrogen could be a final molecule to be used to decarbonize certain uses, but can also be an intermediate product to produce other green molecules. We talk about green molecules for heavy transportation. This is our business. We want to help our customers decarbonize. We talk about aviation companies, maritime companies, road transportation. And we see that if we connect different uses of hydrogen for different customers and different sources of, let's say, green electrons and even other green molecules like biomethane, we can significantly reduce the risk of the project, the project-on-project risk. So we can source electricity from different wind farms with PPAs, solar farms, biomethane, and I mean biomethane because there is another way to produce hydrogen, green hydrogen. It's not only electrolytic, it's still using what we have been using for several decades, which is the steam reformers, but replacing natural gas with biomethane, we can produce green molecules. Why we de-risk then the entire project? Because we have alternatives. Power can be used in the electrolyzer, but can be sold in the market as power. Biomethane can be used in the steam reformer, but can be also sold in the market as replacement of natural gas. Then in the production of hydrogen, we can use the electrolyzers, but we can use the steam reformers. So to help produce hydrogen very stable, baseload, what is required by the final user of the hydrogen, is important that we have all these mitigations. And finally, on the downstream, yes, we are producing this hydrogen to then use it as a feedstock to continue refining crude oil, but with a lower carbon content. So we will produce lower content gasoline and kerosene. But we are starting, and we are already undergoing construction of biofuels, so biodiesel, where we mix recycled oils with green hydrogen, or SAF, the sustainable aviation fuel, eSAF in the version that is purely green, and also marine fuels like ammonia or methanol. And why all this combination? Because again, we have several markets where we can sell the product. This helps also spread out the risk of the project into different off-takers. With this, we can make what we call hydrogen clusters or hydrogen valleys, because our refineries are also in industrial clusters. We have in front of us a fertilizer company, so they can be also an off-taker of green hydrogen for production of green fertilizers using green ammonia. We have steel plants. And why is this important? Because this helps scale up the projects to the size that is needed by electrolyzer manufacturers to go for gigafactories, also to improve the technology in the future. And also we can create the hubs that could be connected with infrastructures. What I mean is hydrogen pipes. These pipes will then create the opportunity for other projects to be developed at a later stage. And this is our plan. Now we are building 2 big, let's say, hydrogen valleys in Andalusia. And from there, we want to expand this into other locations where we see that this may happen and help creating this big industry around hydrogen.
Joachim, thank you. Can I just have one quick follow-up question? Because of that role as an intersection of all the component parts, you didn't mention policy. How important is policy support in 30 seconds to 1 minute in order to allow Matthias enough time as well?
Well, I can say that policy should support these key projects. We have been recognized by the European Union as a PCI project of common interest. So we ask for a priority in permitting, so accelerated permitting, prioritize the infrastructure, connecting our projects to other projects, and also subsidies, to concentrate the subsidies in those projects that can really decarbonize immediately key industries.
Thank you, Joachim. And finally, Matthias, you're the president of Middle East and Africa for Emerson. Again, industry, infrastructure, absolutely central to enable these developments. What is the role for Emerson? What developments and acceleration or not obstacles do you see in particularly this region of the world?
Well, I think it's not necessarily our role. We're a technology and software company. We help anyone that wants to overcome challenges like the cost discussion we had before. We're happy to do so. I would say if you want to advance the general movement into hydrogen, you need pipelines, you need to recycle what you have, natural gas pipelines that can be reinforced and can be used. There's a big movement in Europe. I believe the Evonik company in Germany has a big network that we can leverage. So they need to be enforced. Some investments are being done. I know the neighboring countries, Oman and Saudi, doing some. Mazda, I just talked to our colleague here. There's a imminent, I'm not sure it's an announcement, but an Oasis project is coming in the UAE in terms of looking at pipelines and infrastructures and clusters for hydrogen. So yeah, we need to have some seed funding, some bold moves of governments probably to go in, not just incentives and carbon trading, but really sending a signal with infrastructure. I think that's something that everyone needs. And then in the end of the day, when there is need for technology solutions, will come into play as a technology company and help out. I want to make one comment on the cost discussion up front that we had. I think one lever to reduce costs, I don't know how we get from $1 to $35. That's really outrageous, I have to say, in that example that you gave. But there's technology that can be applied, certainly in the software space, what we call the digital twin concept. I think that's very well known in the process automation space. If people look into that more, then scalability is there. and automation can help along all those processes that all our colleagues basically were tapping into in the comments before. So I think we're happy to help. I think there's other companies around, but Emerson is here by foot to help with certainly the software and the intelligence in the whole process too. And we know from consultants that only applying the digital twin concept will save you 10 to 15% of cost. So that cuts out some of these dollars that you described. And then we find some other levers, and then we get there eventually. Would be a good thing.
Matthias, thank you. And thank you to everyone on the panel today. If you would join me in giving a round of applause, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Our thanks again to James Schofield, ladies and gentlemen, of the ITA and his distinguished panel of guests. And as they leave the stage, we are resetting it for the next panel discussion. I'm delighted to be your moderator, to chair the discussion as we look at aviation, turning our attention to the sector and where we stand in terms of its preparedness, its readiness for hydrogen. So please join me in putting your hands together for my guests as they make their way to the stage to take a seat with me. How are you? Nice to see you.
Hello.
Lovely to see you.
Good to
How
see
you
you.
doing?
Hi.
Gentlemen, it's wonderful to have you here.
Hello.
Thank you for being here today. Please do take a seat. I should say fasten your seatbelts because we're about to take off. I'll get as many aviation puns into this conversation as I possibly can. As we know, ladies and gentlemen, the aviation sector is responsible for a significant amount of greenhouse emissions. So when it comes to the future of aviation and where we go from here to make it more sustainable, of course the sector is considering hydrogen as a viable entity. But that is the right word. How viable is it? What feasibility is there for hydrogen to become fully integrated into the aviation sector? And indeed, what are the challenges that we need to overcome, be them technological, infrastructure-wise, regulatory, dare I say it? We've had a lot of talk about cost as well from this morning onwards. So how do we make it a going entity? Before we get into the details, let me introduce my fantastic panelists to you. To my left, I'm delighted to say that Kuljit Gata-Ora is the president for the Middle East and Turkey and Africa at Boeing, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome him. Next, we have Michael Spitzbart, the Senior Vice President of Refining Business for the Middle East and Africa at OMV, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Sami Kamal is the CEO of Dulco Cleantech. It's wonderful to see you, Dr. Sami. Please welcome him also. And by no means least, we have Dr. Val Mitkarov, I hope I'm not mispronouncing, founder and CEO of Zero Avia. Thank you for being here. Kuljit, I have to come to you first. From Boeing's perspective, where do we currently stand on hydrogen? How are you positioned, and what are you most optimistic about for the years ahead?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. And firstly, look, it's great to be here. It's really important that we're holding these events. And of course, the UAE, Abu Dhabi is always in the forefront of doing this. One thing I would just say at the beginning is that, look, at the moment, actually, aviation itself is relatively, if you look at the entire framework of emissions, it's around sort of 2 to 3%. So it really isn't very high at the moment. But if you look at the growth that's being forecasted over the next 20, 25 years, the industry recognizes that we need to take steps immediately in order for the industry to achieve the stated net zero goal by 2050. And we have been very consistent at Boeing on this, that SAF is really the immediate solution to help us getting there. Now, clearly, hydrogen will play an extremely important part in that going forward. if you look at the UAE SAF roadmap, for example, that we were privileged enough to be involved in the development of, it really does look at the use of green hydrogen to produce sustainable aviation fuels. And ultimately, that is the main current deployment of hydrogen that we see that will have the most impact from a climate perspective in the production of SAF. And the reasons for this are that if you look at aerospace, the aircraft that we've got in the air now, even the brand new one, will be in the air for around 20 years. So if you're looking at hydrogen-powered aircraft, which we do believe that as technology develops in the future could become viable in the out years, that's probably going to need a number of things. You're going to probably have aircraft that look very different to how they are now, given the specific storage requirements around hydrogen under the current technology. And you're also going to have to change a lot of infrastructure at airports. Whereas with SAF, I mean, it's an immediate drop-in solution. No changes required. And of course, as I said, there's going to be many of these aircraft that are in the air for a long time. We need to find solutions for those aircraft that are a combination of SAF, deploying digital products to really improve operational efficiency, which again is can provide another sort of 10% of saving, and clearly innovations in technology, and that comes in every area. So, for example, fuel cells, liquid hydrogen. At Boeing, we've been really pioneers on hydrogen. In 2008, we had a fuel cell demonstrator that flew a number of flights in Spain, and that was the first manned hydrogen fuel cell powered flight. Since then, we've done a number of flights using liquid hydrogen on unmanned vehicles, and most recently, we worked with NASA on the manufacture of a cryogenic fuel tank, which has got the ability to store hydrogen in a safe manner. And as you know, hydrogen has to be stored at very, very low temperatures. It's a very small molecule. And by the way, I'm not a scientist, so this is just what people have told me. But so it has to be very, very carefully stored. And so again, we've been very heavily involved in that. We expect to see a lot of innovation in this area, particularly around electric, around fuel cell, but honestly, in the kind of mass transit world where we're flying continentally, we feel that the greatest use of hydrogen, green hydrogen, will be in the production of SAF.
The production of SAF. Thank you very much. Michael, nodding away to much of what you've just heard. Talk to me about the way that you think aviation's best bet could be hydrogen going forward and where OMV are positioned.
Yeah, thank you for the question, and great to having me here. I'm really enjoying being part of the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. I'm speaking as a fuel supplier here, and our task and our ambition and our excitement is, of course, to supply our customers with the best quality fuel and with a compliant fuel. And as we all know, the demand patterns are changing, sometimes driven by the regulatory, sometimes also by voluntary demand for a new fuel, and that is what we are committing to. So we know we as a European company have to stick to the European regulation, and we are providing a compliant fuel to our customers. And that, when we're talking about SAF, that is currently the HEFA route, so the bio-oil route, and that is for producing that, we of course also need hydrogen, and that's the first role of how hydrogen is coming in, because we are using the hydrogen in the production process in our refinery to produce a sustainable fuel that can be used in as a transportation mean. So what we are currently doing is in our refineries, we're proud that we are in the commissioning phase of a 10 megawatt electrolyzer in Austria, which is the biggest one in the country. We are working on another 200 megawatt electrolyzer, also in Austria, that is also producing significant amount of green hydrogen. And this green hydrogen is then used to decarbonize our operations, our Scope 1 products. Of course, in the mid-future, we're also going to use that, or we could use that green hydrogen to produce synthetic fuel. And then when we combine it with the CO2, biogenic CO2, producing e-methanol out of it, and out of the e-methanol then eSAF or e-olefins. And there we have own technologies. So for us as a fuel supplier, it is important that our company is also in a transition phase, and it's a path on the transition. That's why we have the claim reinventing essentials for sustainable living, and being fully committed to a net zero company, becoming a net zero company by latest 2050, but not only in Scope 1, also in Scope 3. And that is a big, big change when today you are producing, or when we are producing mostly fossil-based fuel, and then to change the complete portfolio to sustainable path. That's why we're not only talking about it, but also taking dedicated investments. So apart from the electrolyzers I've talked about, we're also taking the FID for a SAF HVO plant in our Romanian refinery that will come on stream by 2028 with a magnitude of 250 KT, which is then a significant contribution to producing the right fuels, what our customers need. And we're already producing SAF today with a co-processing.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sami, let me come to you and get your take on the promise that you believe that hydrogen holds, not least for the aviation sector, and the work that you're currently doing.
Great, thank you. So we're a UAE company. We're based in Dubai. And 4 years ago, we took an early bet on the green hydrogen sector, and we wanted to play the role of a supplier, producer and supplier of green hydrogen. So we mapped out the region, and we were looking for the ingredients for how to produce and where to produce low-cost green hydrogen. And we identified the south of Oman, the area of Salalah, where we saw that the wind resources there were quite attractive, combined, of course, with solar. And we put together a consortium that included CNT and OQ, the national champion for green hydrogen in Oman. And we embarked on an effort to design and develop a large-scale green hydrogen project that right now the configuration includes 4.5 gigawatts of renewables with solar and wind, 2 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity, and we are learning more and more how the economics of production of low-cost green hydrogen is really impacted by your renewables, the cost of renewables, but also the scale of your production. And then of course, hydrogen itself cannot be transported long distance, so we're using the green hydrogen to produce green ammonia, which ultimately becomes the carrier for green hydrogen, and then we're going to export it to international markets, primarily Japan and Korea, but also Germany. So part of this effort, we started to investigate derivatives of green hydrogen. And yes, the main production is green ammonia, but then we started to look at the production of SAF in that part of the country, but also in Duqm. So we put together another consortium that includes Airbus, Sumitomo Corporation, Lamborghini, and OQ again. And we just completed a feasibility study, a techno-economic assessment on the production of eSAF, where we did a complete mapping of the sources of CO2. And we identified 3 potential sources for CO2, which are needed for eSAF. There's the industrial CO2, there is the biogenic CO2, and the atmospheric CO2, which will come mainly through direct air capture. The challenge I would say we're facing is that the lack of availability of large volume of biogenic CO2. And for us, we think that the solution for that is a regulatory issue, that it needs to be relaxed on how you define CO2 and the sources of CO2. Because if you look at the second source, which is direct air capture, the capex is too high. It cannot be commercialized easily. And then what's remaining now is the CO2 from refineries, from steel plants, from cement plants, etc. So we see
big potential here in the region for becoming a leader in production of eSAF. However, you need some relaxation for the sourcing of CO2 when it comes from a regulatory perspective. The region has very competitive renewables pricing and cost of production compared to other parts of the world. You have 3 big global aviation hubs between Dubai Airport, Abu Dhabi Airport, and Doha Airport, and other hubs are coming up in Riyadh, etc. So very well strategic region when it comes to the aviation industry, the potential sources of consumption and demand for eSAF, and the production of eSAF. So all of the layers that we need to establish a new sector, a new economy are there. But the regulatory side, when it comes to the sourcing of CO2, we think it needs to be revisited by the regulatory bodies, European Commission, and other regulatory bodies.
In your most optimistic state of mind, when do you foresee that changing, the relaxation regulatory-wise?
I think, for example, European Commission, we know that they are listening to developers like us. They are aware of the challenges in terms of sourcing biogenic CO2. I would say within the coming 24 months, we might hear about maybe some regulatory updates. Let's see. But the potential is there from an industrial and resources perspective. It just needs to be revisited again by the regulatory side.
Yes, gentle pressure in the next 2 years, we hope. Fingers crossed. Dr. Val, let me come to you. Tell us more about Zero Avia, and what does 2025 hold in terms of promise, not least for hydrogen's potential with the aviation sector?
Of course, thank you. Well, we at Zero Avia are all in on hydrogen as a primary fuel for aviation. And some context before going into detail. So while aviation is responsible for maybe 2 to 3% of carbon, in terms of the total climate impact, it's significantly more than that. Because of the high altitude emissions from aviation, the impact on the climate is significantly higher due to radiative forcing from nitrogen oxides, particulate emissions, high temperature water vapor, and various estimates out there put it at actually anywhere between 5 and 10% today. Okay, so a significant multiple. And if you look at all the other industries like power sector or ground transportation, where we have a lot of technologies to drive reduction of the impact, and you project the growth of aviation over time, then by 2050, 2060, you can see 25, 30% of the total human climate impact from aviation. So that becomes an existential crisis for the industry if we don't do something. Now, in order to get all of that impact out of the equation, you really need to get away from combustion. And that's what we believe at Zero Avia. We started the company 7 years ago to build new type of engine for commercial aviation. So these are larger aircraft going longer distances, and the way to get away from combustion is to, of course, electrify aircraft. But unfortunately, batteries are never going to carry enough energy. From the theoretical standpoint, even, you can do the analysis, never going to carry enough energy for a large commercial aircraft to go any significant distance, or perhaps not even take off at all. So how do you get enough electricity on board the aircraft is through the carrier, like hydrogen, and then fuel cells converting that energy into electricity. And then you can actually see aircraft that can fly potentially even longer with, of course, the right design and the right amount of volume of hydrogen on board. We can get aircraft that can fly even longer than jet fuel. Also, hydrogen electric engines are more efficient. So a typical combustion engine, combustion turbine, depending on the size, anywhere between 20 and maybe 40% efficient, something like that. Hydrogen fuel cell, even at the lowest end of the spectrum, over 50% efficient. So that drives economics. Maintenance costs are lower. So we think that hydrogen is actually the best fuel for aviation. And from first principles, we see hydrogen electric as the best solution over time. Of course, now, we have all these fleets. We don't yet have engines. Back to your question, in 2025, we will actually have the first certified, that's a target for us, first certified configuration of our engine It goes up at small aircraft market, 10 to 20 seats first, but it is going to be reality this year, hopefully. We have been flying prototypes for the last 5 years, 3 generations of prototypes. Our first engines are in certification now for the last 12 months in the US and the UK. The company's got about 300 people and working hard on this transition.
Wow, congratulations. Sounds like a busy year ahead. Let me come back to you, Koljit. In terms of the opportunities, they're well defined, but what about the risks? Let's be pragmatic and practical. And also when it comes to cost effectiveness, how does hydrogen compare?
Yeah, look, I think that the issue that we're really facing around SAF and the incorporation of hydrogen into SAF is that are the circumstances there to enable this to be a viable industry? And clearly, I mean, to have a viable industry, you have to have someone who's producing the fuel, and we've got a fuel producer here. You've got people that are willing to buy it. And look, honestly, I think a lot of operators would be willing to buy sustainable aviation fuel, even if it was slightly more expensive than Jet A, but not if it was twice as much or 3 times as much. So what we really need to underpin that, the creation of that kind of an industry is policy. So, if you look at where the industry has become viable, there's been a mixture of incentives, government guarantees to enable an industry to actually start. So I think that policy is extremely important. And that's why I think that here in the UAE, there's such a significant opportunity here, because the views and the vision is so long term that there's a real ability to create policy that underpins that and creates an industry. So there's a very well developed hydrogen strategy here. If you look at some of the investments that are made, significant investments in renewable energy, and you've got aviation being of central importance to the growth of the UAE economy. I think 1 in 10 jobs are aviation related. There's something like 13% in GDP. So this is an important thing for the UAE. And I think, as I say, the environment here is particularly suitable to create that kind of an industry, because you've got all the key players here.
Thank you very much. Michael, would you agree that the UAE, and if we're zooming out to the region, it's particularly conducive to growing this industry, but also what are the greatest impediments? We've had talk of policy and regulation. Removing those hurdles will get us where we need to be?
No, I think I couldn't agree more. So it's definitely how the industry is now evolving is about is around the regulation. You have huge penalties when you're not fulfilling some quota, and also then when you're paying this penalty, the duty is then moved to the next year. So also when you're not complying, at least that's the European regulation, when you're not complying to that regulation, you're paying a penalty, and you're still obliged to have the duty of last year then in the following year. I think the region here in UAE is in a good position to drive the hydrogen driven fuels, because what is the pathway now based on you don't have necessarily all the feedstock here, but the feedstock that is, of course, available in the region is coming from renewable power combined with CO2. Exactly what you're saying is when you don't have limitations on the biogenic CO2, then there is a certain limit. When you can open up that story, especially here in the region, then the industry is developing that way. So I think the region here is in a perfect position to produce green hydrogen based on electrolyzer, and it is the willingness to push in that direction via policies.
Thank you. Dr. Sami, in conclusion, the clock is against us, so I'll come to you for a closing remark. But in terms of the milestones that we should hit this year, that the industry needs to achieve in 25 to help us transition?
At the heart of production of low-cost green hydrogen is the electrolyzer. So we want to see the manufacturers scaling up the production of electrolyzers. there is the overall direction that it will be primarily Chinese electrolyzers that will dominate the market, and I think it's a repetition of what we saw with the solar panels industry. Started in multiple regions, but then it ended up in China for various reasons. I think we'll see something similar. Scaling up of the electrolyzer industry in terms of capacity of production. You want to see long-term offtake contracts being offered to developers like us, because the lenders, the project lenders, are asking for 10, not even 10, but 15 years of offtake and even longer. And that would primarily be driven by policy. So again, we go back to the policy side of things. The investment and the lenders are ready to fund these projects and to become part of take the risk with the developers. So I think that the overall ingredients, I mean, you have the policy side, the technology, and the financing. All the ingredients are there. It's just a matter of a continuous push from the policymakers to create a conducive environment for us as investors to scale up our investments.
Dr. Val, continuous push to the policymakers, speak truth to power. What would you like to see happen to make the industry more conducive, more sustainable?
Yeah, thanks. Well, on the economic side, I think we're doing better than SAF players, because we don't need CO2. We can use hydrogen right away and more efficiently so. So I think from the economic side, just getting some capacity out, we already will be quite competitive. Actually, our break even on a small aircraft is between $6 and $7 per kilogram, which is relatively easy to achieve with the renewable power. Where we need the push is making sure that we don't have any undue delays in actually getting this technology through the certification, through the regulatory domain, and out there in the market. Yeah, and as I mentioned, we're halfway through with the major regulators, but we're super excited about also working in a region here on some of the accelerated pathways and in discussions with some of the players. And we already have a partnership with Masdar, for example, on the renewable side of things and green hydrogen, but also looking at actual activities on the flight testing and maybe certification here in the region as well to accelerate the transition. So I think that's, from our perspective, getting that technology to market. Now, we know technology works. We got major airlines that's submitted now about 3,000 engines for pre-orders. We got investors like Airbus and Bill Gates and others who are supporting the company. We've got airports. So now we need to get this through the regulatory domain.
Thank you very much. Koljit, final quick word from you. Sum up for me Boeing's big bet on hydrogen for aviation.
Well, I'd say that I wouldn't call it a big bet. I would call it a continuation of a strategy that started in 2008, where we're looking at applications of hydrogen all the way through the value stream, and ultimately are looking at levels of innovation that are going to ultimately lead us to a place where the kind of mass transit that we're looking for is viable using hydrogen.
Thank you very much. We will continue to watch the sector in this space with great interest, but for now we have to leave our conversation there. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking my esteemed guests for their contribution today. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Sammy, nice to see you. My thanks again to my distinguished guests for being here today and lending their thoughts and their insights to our important summit. Up next, in a moment, we will hear from Dan Feldman. He is the Global Head of Energy at King & Spalding, and he's going to address self-sustaining hydrogen economies, the lessons from the valleys and the hubs. His panelists will share their expertise, their anecdotes, their data points, their perspectives on various aspects of hydrogen economies, such as policy, infrastructure, and technology. They will be drawing upon lessons learned from existing hydrogen valleys and hubs, as well as discussing how these can be applied to a much broader market in a broader scale. So without further ado, let's encourage them to take a seat on stage. Please welcome Dan Feldman and his panelists. Thank you.
think the mic's on. There we go. Thank you all for coming. It's a pleasure to be here today. We have a fantastic panel for you to talk about hydrogen hubs or hydrogen valleys. And we're going to come at this from a range of different perspectives. There are stakeholders here from all different parts of the value chain, and I think we'll get a really good sense of what's happening in this space. I just want to start with a little bit of a definition. What is a hydrogen hub? What is a hydrogen valley? Well, when we talk about this, we're generally speaking of co-located collections, clusters of different hydrogen applications. A hydrogen production, of course, but also use in different ways. Ideally so that the different elements of the hub will benefit each other or will feed into each other. This ultimately will produce, it's hoped, scale and therefore drive down costs and provide synergies across the elements of the value chain. It's become a really important element of policy in terms of driving support for these hydrogen hubs. Key feature, for example, of the American hydrogen landscape through the bipartisan infrastructure law, which has created billions of dollars of potential investment support for these sorts of hubs. But it's also a key feature of what we're seeing in Europe, as well as right here in the UAE. And that's where I want to start with Dr. Faye to talk a little bit about the UAE's perspective on hydrogen hubs and how it interacts with what you see elsewhere in the world as well.
Thank you, Dan. And first of all, it's great to be here, and it's great to see so many familiar faces in the audience. Now, to focus on the UAE has already a target to become a leading player when it comes to low-carbon hydrogen, and specifically green hydrogen by 2031. And the idea is obviously to serve the domestic demand, but also to support, let's say, the global community in their demands and their decarbonization efforts. So this comes in line with our UAE energy strategy by 2050, as well as our net zero target by 2050. And it also supports the diversification of the economy. Now, the UAE is known to have very good renewable energy resources. This was demonstrated several times, basically. But also recently, 2 days ago, during the opening of the Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, there was a huge announcement, which we think obviously would be a game changer for the industry, for the renewable energy industry, but also could play a role, an important role for the green hydrogen production in this case. So that's providing round-the-clock solution of uninterrupted 1 gigawatt renewable energy capacity. Game changer. So now we have the good renewable energy resources, which is very important. And this is why, to a large extent, as Masdar, we have a strong focus on the UAE. And we think the UAE would be one of the key areas where you can produce the green hydrogen cost competitively. And we think out of our overall target, almost half of that capacity will be developed here. So having renewable energy, good renewable energy resources is important, but how can you further, let's say, optimize the cost of production of hydrogen? And the UAE recognized the importance of developing the hydrogen ecosystem within valleys and hubs. We refer to them as oases as well. So in July of 2023, the UAE National Hydrogen Strategy was launched, and it specifically highlighted the importance of having clean electricity clusters and hydrogen oasis specifically in order to accelerate the deployment and the development of the hydrogen ecosystem. And then similarly, in the context of Abu Dhabi specifically, in December of 2023, the Abu Dhabi Low Carbon Hydrogen Policy was approved by SCAFIA. And since January of 2024, it has already been in effect. And the policy really focuses on the development of the clean electricity clusters and the hydrogen oases to, first of all, reduce, let's say, the development costs and optimize the operational efficiency. So what's the advantages of, let's say, developing the hydrogen ecosystem within the concepts of hubs and valleys? Many different ones, but the ones I want to focus on specifically are in relation to, let's say, infrastructure in this case. So developing and utilizing shared infrastructure is very important in this case. And this could include, let's say, transmission distribution systems, storage solutions. It could also include utilities in this case, but also, for example, in the context of exporting the product, It includes hubs and terminals and so on. So deploying shared infrastructure, which would be common across several projects, would allow to capture economies of scale here. You can optimize the distances, the transmission distances, and improve, let's say, the connectivity between the hydrogen production hubs, the consumption hubs, and any storage, let's say, solutions in this case. Another advantage by developing these systems within hubs is basically you can simplify permitting as well. You can set the right governance and the right safety standards. And having, let's say, several different projects utilizing, let's say, as we mentioned earlier, the common infrastructure would help, let's say, improve the utilization of the resources there and the strategic planning, which will obviously make it all more competitive. But another advantage as well is that having these hubs of, let's say, hydrogen and obviously the renewable energy that will be powering them will attract other hubs to be located nearby in this case, be it chemical hubs or, for example, metal hubs in this case. So generally we and the UAE and Masdar think that there are many advantages to developing, let's say, the hydrogen ecosystem within such a concept. And the UAE really is able to develop this ecosystem competitively. So generally as Masdar, given the mandate that we were given by, let's say, our shareholders in order to develop the green hydrogen economy, and given the, let's say, the strategy and the target that was set by the Abu Dhabi and the UAE government to become a leading player, we've been working very closely with the relevant governmental entities, with the relevant UAE and Abu Dhabi stakeholders in order to see how can this all be developed and how can we ensure that all the projects that we have as part of our pipeline are basically developed in the most efficient manner and obviously under the overall framework that was set in this case.
Excellent, thank you. That's a fantastic overview. Dr. Fair, I might move on to Manuel, who leads the Siemens team responsible for supplying electrolyzers to many of the projects around the world. Manuel, you've been in this from the very beginning. How have you seen the evolution of hydrogen hubs and valleys over the last 5 years, and where do you think we're headed in that regard?
Thanks, Dan, for having me. So I'm responsible for global sales, and obviously we pursue and also we observe how a lot of projects and all project environments develop over time. What I can see is what works today is when you bring the consumer and the producer as close as possible together. The majority of the projects we're involved in Europe, for example, is close to refineries, where you basically have in different types of ownership structures, but basically an over-the-fence business. You could call this a hub. It's a very small one because there are two parties involved. But what strikes me already is that if you look a little bit more downstream and see often like how, for example, the refiners use the hydrogen. A refinery is a city for itself if you look at it, but it also opens up a lot of different options, how the electrolyzer gets included into the economic system. And that is not only because they can tie in the hydrogen into the hydrogen backbone of the refinery, they are otherwise as well. Yeah, services to the grid, different ways to trade energy. So there is a multiple ways how you can see an electrolyzer deployed in an economic system where it can add value. Where we are not very good at yet is to showcase and give people a path how to commercialize this. And that is what hits us at the economic feasibility of a lot of the projects. I believe there is a lot of potential. So far, we are not really good at giving the project developers the chance to assess the economic value and derive out of it beyond the kilogram of hydrogen produced. That is one of the wishes that I would have, and I believe a potential that can be further exploited. But there's also a challenge that I think has been overlooked at for the longest time, and I hope that the focus on developing hydrogen hubs or common infrastructures, that this helps this now. We have for the longest time disregarded the impact of the electrolyzers on the grid. I see a lot of projects struggling with the grid connections. It's not only about the grid capacity at the substation, it's about harmonics and. Including the availability of the equipment to expand grid capacities, for example, which is also scarce. So that is something, if a local regulator or an industry association, whoever plans for what we call hydrogen hub, if they take a bit more of a strategic look at this challenge, specifically from the grid side, is something I would really appreciate to see. It will help the developers to cut the development times significantly and address challenges early that I believe lots of projects are currently facing.
Right, so a focus not just on sort of hydrogen pipeline infrastructure, which has been a big focus in Europe, but the impact of hydrogen development on transmission infrastructure. Correct. And the electricity backbone.
Yeah.
Excellent. Marcel, if you could talk a little bit about the Holland Hydrogen Hub, which is a virtual hub, as I've heard you describe it. Can you talk about what that means and how that sort of interacts with the traditional concept of what a hub should look like?
Yeah, sure. It's a virtual hub. It is effectively a public-private partnership supported by the Netherlands government, with the idea to bring the Netherlands hydrogen sector, and Netherlands is a front runner in hydrogen development, and there's a lot of companies working on it, and to bring them in contact with the opportunities and with the players here in the GCC region, basically. And we have 42 partners in the Holland Hydrogen Hub, and they work across the whole value chain, basically. So that starts on the one hand with, one company, Desalinator. They have a circular way of water desalination that can be used for hydrogen production. And they use heat, solar heat, can actually use waste heat from electrolyzers to desalinate water in a competitive way. And they have zero discharge. And it goes all the way through the value chain to the other end, where we have a company like UMS, Urban Mobility Solutions, will convert construction equipment to hydrogen fueled, basically. And so we look at producing all the way to application, everything in between. Companies that produce different derivatives. We have a company called H2 Fuel who makes solid hydrogen. And was mentioned earlier today, LOHC. We have a company that makes a very, very innovative molecule for LOHC, which can actually release hydrogen at a much lower temperature than existing alternatives. They release hydrogen at 180 degrees, which means they can use the exhaust waste of an internal combustion engine to release the hydrogen, which I find fascinating. And I think that company is a startup, but they have enormous potential. And so the hub is virtual. That means that is a good thing, because we're not constrained by all the physical problems, let's say, and we can bring everyone together. And particularly at this stage, I heard it today, collaboration is more important than competition. At this stage, where we have all worked together to develop the hydrogen value chain. And Holland is a country that has a lot of expertise in trading, let's say, and in import and export and moving molecules. And Rotterdam has been, since many years, of course, the largest oil port in Europe, and has a lot of expertise and capabilities inside the port itself, and all the companies working there. And part of our hub is Port of Rotterdam itself, who is developing into a major hub. It's only part of the value chain, but they are the hub that is important when we talk about importing or exporting from here, importing into Europe, because the Netherlands in their strategy has defined that probably by 2050, up to 60–70% of the molecules have to be imported. And they're looking to work with the Middle East as a source for that import. Port of Rotterdam is making a lot of effort in converting from an oil port to a clean energy port. And we have also other companies in our network, storage companies like Vopak, Advario, who have a partnership with ADNOC with the Tazis terminal, and a company called VTTI, and they all have assets here in the UAE as well, actually, as a matter of fact. But they all have also assets in Rotterdam, and to make that connection is important. VTTI, to give an example, they are just have open season for their ammonia terminal and cracking development in both Project Amplify, it's called, Amplify Rotterdam and Amplify Antwerp, and they're developing ammonia receiving terminals plus cracking installations in both ports. They have open season at the moment to get the interest, so anyone listening who has an interest, please contact me and I can bring you in contact with the right people. But that shows that they are actually doing things and moving things forward, and that's what we try to do. We have in 2 weeks' time, we have the Vice Mayor of Rotterdam and the CEO of Port of Rotterdam coming to the UAE to be involved in various conversations. That shows the support is all the way down from the government, where you work closely with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the local embassies here and ourselves to bring all those parties together and create basically the conversations to help developing the infrastructure that is needed.
That's very interesting because you sort of speak in a way of a downstream hydrogen hub, essentially, including an import capability with the cracking of ammonia and so on that might be, for example, produced from hydrogen here in the UAE. And so you have hubs on sort of both ends of the supply chain to maximize the use of the production on the one hand, the use of the molecule on the other. And I think that's a very important dynamic, and cooperation between the two is essential in order to make that supply chain work, particularly in the early years. Mathieu, would you be able to introduce us to life and your take on the development of hubs?
Thanks a lot. So I'm really happy to be with you today. So I'm the CEO of Life, and Life develops hydrogen valleys since 2018. So it means that we have 7 years of track record to develop valleys. The first one was in west of France. And now we developed 16 valleys for which we got 250 million euros subsidies. So that's a lot of money and a lot of FIDs that we took. And amongst those valleys, we are currently operating electrolyzers. We are currently producing hydrogen for customers. And so what is a valley? What is a hub? It's a producer that can serve many customers, and you need the hydrogen. So we hear a lot about the chicken and egg situation. You have to take just 30 seconds to think about this. If you have no hydrogen, you have no refueling station, no car, no trucks, nothing, no industrial players. So you need to start with the hydrogen. And that's where we took our responsibilities, and we installed 7 electrolyzers, industrial scale in total, 7. And there's many more to come, like a dozen. And we are demonstrating that it's feasible to install those, operate those in a green manner, and do turnover and have happy customers. But you need a few customers to start with, but you cannot fill your plant with many, many customers initially. You need to take a share of risks. And your share of risk is assessing the quantity of hydrogen you can sell, secure some offtake, and then go for it. And then it ramps up. And we demonstrated our a dozen plants that it's feasible to take FID to make bankable project. So that's what we do. We install an electrolyzer, operate, sell the hydrogen in a bankable manner. So that's really the proof that it can work. But it goes at the pace of regulation. It goes at the pace of government. It goes at the pace of politics. There's no country that doesn't regulate energy. So it means that if you were a private company, we were a listed company, so we are purely an apologically for-profit organization. And so what is capitalism about? It's about a playground where you're going to seize all business opportunity and maximize your profits. But in that playground, you need to have the rules, and you need to have the walls. And who define the rules? Who define the walls? It's the governments, so it's the policies. So if in Sweden it changes for a couple of years, then you pause for a couple of years. If in US it takes 4 years or 3 years to define what's green hydrogen, then you pause for 3 years or 4 years. If in Europe it takes 3 years to define what's green hydrogen, then you pause for 3 years. So it goes, this industry goes at the pace of regulation, the politics, and the government. So it's really simple, but it's doable. We are demonstrating that. It's feasible to operate, to sell, to find customers that pay you the price for this, so you're bankable, but it goes at the pace that is defined. That's really key. So yes, it's possible to do ups. Yes, it's possible to raise money. Yes, it's possible to operate. Yes, it's possible to sell, but it goes at the pace that it's set. So if it goes slowly, we go slowly. If it goes fast, it goes fast.
At least you're going, and that's good.
Yeah.
Last but not least, and what is fortunate is I think we'll have time for some follow-up questions. Romain, you're coming from the perspective of one of the lenders in the industry who's been most active, including in projects that have gone all the way. What's your take as a lender, particularly on those hydrogen hubs that are still in the stage of development? What would be your advice to them? What would be your perspective as a lender as you receive proposals and requests for your support?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. So we play two kinds of role in this industry. We help our developer clients raise equity capital, because obviously they need to spend DevEx and bring those projects to maturity, and that takes time and money. But we also work on very specific projects themselves, and advising our client to develop those projects in a way such that they will be bankable and they will be able to raise capital in a competitive manner, which is key for the cost competitiveness of hydrogen. And obviously we see all the obstacles they're facing, all the topics they need to solve, and all the hard decisions they need to take. But I think obviously the most two common challenges are finding the demand, getting the offtake, and also bringing the molecules to the customers. So that's linked to cost, and that links to infrastructure and the availability of infrastructure, which is underdeveloped. So obviously, when you look at this, and you have this dilemma of, do I produce where renewable electricity is abundant and cheap, or do I produce close to demand, but where perhaps electricity is more expensive? And I think what is very important, in addition to everything that has been said, is that the main obstacle today obviously is cost. It's difficult for off-takers to commit to something that is more expensive than their current fossil fuel alternative, or which may be more expensive than what green hydrogen will be later down the road when things improve, when it scales up, when the infrastructure is there. So, and where we see demand developing is also where you have some quotas and some mandates and some obligations that are kicking in. But obviously, governments and regulations need to be very careful in not, killing the cost structure of their industry. So those obligations and those quotas will have to be very gradual and ramp up gradually. And for me, that's the main benefit of those valleys, of those hydrogen valleys, of those hubs, is that you can be very gradual. So you can be a refinery switching progressively from gray to green. You can be a DRI unit, gradually increasing the volume of green hydrogen versus natural gas. And that's the way you can absorb the cost, and that's the way you can get the industry going in a very similar model to the one described by Mathieu. So, that's where we see a lot of progress, where sometimes some of the large-scale projects come with the promise of scale, economies of scales, and bringing costs down, but obviously need to secure a large demand, which is a bit struggling to materialize.
Yeah, no, that's a fantastic point. And I want to sort of leverage that point and sort of look for a moment at the differences between, say, a hub and an export project, being a single project designed to serve a single customer who will take the product abroad. Because, Dr. Fay, you were talking at the beginning about the vision of Hydrogen Hub as essentially a centre for the manufacturing of exports, different kinds, and the UAE's advantages in that regard. And we see these projects throughout the region, or attempts to, for different models, I would say, for potential export hydrogen hubs around the region. One of the interesting questions, I think, is how do governments support hydrogen hubs in a way that is tailored to their success, as opposed to the way in which governments are looking at supporting those more point-to-point export supply chains? So, for example, in the context of the US, we see production tax credits, which will support a producer. We see in Europe instruments like H2 Global, which will provide a contract for difference of sort. Similarly in Asia. When it comes to hydrogen hubs, you have the additional need for support, which is the infrastructure that ties it together. And many of the hubs that we have seen are really struggling with that question of how to get each of the projects investable in the absence of a clear solution around the funding and development on time of the infrastructure that ties them all together. Do you have any views on that and the role of governments in supporting that midstream, or not midstream, but the the common infrastructure, if I can put it that way, to really get hydrogen hubs bankable?
So if we take a step back in this case and try to identify, first of all, what makes some good locations to establish these hydrogen hubs in. So I think a very important point, and it's is the point of infrastructure. And maybe the first step would be positioning these hubs in areas where you can utilize existing infrastructure. This is very important in this case. Or being located also in close proximity to existing, let's say, users of hydrogen and potentially new users of hydrogen. If we take the example specifically of Abu Dhabi, as part of the Abu Dhabi low carbon hydrogen policy, one of, for example, the key elements that were introduced is the role of a support committee in this case. So this committee specifically consists of representatives from the key governmental entities, really the right entities in Abu Dhabi, in order to make sure that this ecosystem is enabled in this case. And this committee would look at, let's say, the project and how to support these projects from a, let's say, macroeconomic perspective, but also from an individual project perspective in this case. And anyways, in the UAE, we've had a few, let's say, we've already had some successful models in how such infrastructure, let's say, elements could be funded in this case. So that's potentially an example is the PPP model, which was very successful. And so this could be as well one way of doing so.
Excellent. Romain, back to you on that. When you sort of look at these projects or the potential financing of a project inside a hydrogen hub, how do you sort of look at the project-on-project risk that's presented by the need for common infrastructure?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a recurring theme, project-on-project risk. I think, I mean, first of all, I would say, you know, sometimes those projects are pretty small, so it probably, you know, it's probably not as efficient as it would be for a large project to go for external funding. You know, it might be more efficient to move faster, fund them on balance sheet, and then refinance later when you solve those issues. But obviously that won't always be the case. And yes, there will be project-on-project risk, typically, you know, some element of pipeline, or some element of, you know, the off-taker having themselves to complete an upgrade or changing their in-house processes. You know, I don't think the situations we've seen are situations where obviously people are going to accept to take responsibility for the part of the process they control and not the rest. And therefore, I think the only way forward will be to have sufficient, you know, sufficient contingency in schedules, sufficient contingency in costs, so that you can absorb this project-on-project risk, but it's not going to be taken externally or guaranteed by someone.
Manuel, when you look at these projects, and again, you see projects of all different kinds all over the world, and you are presented with a situation where there's great renewable resource, there's all the government will and so on, but you see this infrastructure gap in terms of tying the projects together to produce the overall hub concept that is necessary, and no one project can afford to build its own desal plant or its own transmission infrastructure, etc. How do you sort of look at that in terms of the way you invest time in projects to make sure that you're spending time on projects you really feel can get going despite those challenges?
First of all, I think that Dr. Fay made the most important point. If the infrastructure is already there, it de-risks the project. If it has a significant gap, or let's say advantage in the time schedule, which means I can expect it's there, it de-risks the project. If I develop the infrastructure while I develop the project, I create project and project risk, and I don't think that the Leiden is going to like it. In addition, we have to think about how do I practically do that? How do I size my common infrastructure based on the first project to come, the second, the third, the next 5? And if I do it for the next 5, I overbuild on the first, who's going to pay for it? Who sets the tariff? So I don't want to say it's a bad idea. It's a beautiful idea because ultimately I create scale, but that only works if I find somebody who pushes this thing over the edge and takes this risk away from the project development in order not to not burden a product that is already expensive enough. And so that's why I'm a bit skeptical in case of very large common infrastructures on a greenfield site where I do not connect it to something that's already there. I think we need to give the industry more time to go with an evolutionary process into that. Yeah, I mean, what we want to see is evolved industry landscapes. That's what I think the hub is, right? We wish there would be an evolved industry landscape that you see in industries that are there since 50, 80, 150 years. And now we try to do this basically on a sketch and then put it in place. I think that's adding risk if too large and too greenfield. It helps us if we can bank and tap into existing infrastructure.
Yeah, it's a really important message about sort of being realistic about what's achievable on a given time frame. Well, unfortunately, that's brought us to the end of the time that we have, and we could, as with many of these conversations, keep going for a very long time. But I want to thank the panelists for their contributions today, thank the audience for listening to us, and we're all available to continue the conversation outside. Many thanks.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Dan and his panelists for the superb contribution to our summit here today, ladies and gentlemen. But don't go anywhere. Do take your seats, come forward, because we are going out with a crescendo. And in this next panel discussion, we're asking possibly one of the most important questions we could do when it comes to determining the global hydrogen's transition. Could green corridors, we're asking in this next discussion, really help to bridge the gap between the global north and the global south? An important topic to debate, not least because green corridors have emerged in recent times as potential solutions for addressing the economic, social, and environmental disparities between the north and the south. So let's gain a deeper understanding of what's at play, and I would like to welcome to the stage your moderator and his panelist, Robin Mills, the CEO of Kamar Energy. Please welcome him.
So thank you, everybody, for joining us for this session. We're going to be speaking here about green hydrogen corridors, and I will say a little bit about what I think they are, and I'm sure my panelists will have their opinion of what they think green hydrogen corridors are. But I'll first introduce my panelists. We have a very strong and a very varied lineup covering a lot of ground. So immediately to my left, we have Aida Sidikova, Head of Energy and Sustainability for Eurasia at EBRD. Gauri Singh, the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency. Alex Tancock, CEO of Intercontinental Energy. Luke Kirschlin, CEO of EDF Middle East. And Yusuf Majunov, Managing Partner at Cranmore Partners. So we have, as you see, a great range of people covering finance, international business, international intergovernmental organizations, and international finance. And green corridors, I think an emerging topic. And the interesting thing, we hear a lot of talk when we speak about hydrogen production costs and where is it best produced and how and so on. But we also, of course, are very aware that a big issue with hydrogen is transporting it and getting it from where it's made to where it's going to be used. And in contrast to, let's say, oil or gas, there are multiple ways in which you can do this, and the way in which it can be transported, whether as hydrogen, pure hydrogen, or in some kind of chemical form, whether as ammonia or methanol or another synthetic fuel, or converted into a useful product like green steel or something else. and transporting an end product itself. And as I see the corridors, the corridors are a way to get hydrogen from one point to another, but they're also a driver for economic development and sustainability along the corridor itself. And of course, a very key part of that is the energy consumption and associated industry and so on that goes on with the shipping industry. And again, we have the question, if you're transporting hydrogen and many other fuels and energy products by ship, how are those ships themselves fueled? Are they also green ships? And are they using ammonia or methanol or something else to run in a green way? And then how do you combine that with the port logistics? I mean, the global ports industry is immensely complex, developed over centuries. We're now going to be replacing a significant part of this with low carbon alternatives. So how do we do that? So I'd just like to start off our discussion. And if I can maybe turn the clock back a few decades. Alex, perhaps I think you could kick us off with your perspectives on, if we look back at the history of other innovative energy products and systems over the past few decades, what can we learn from how those developed and that might be ways to bring forward the development of green hydrogen corridors?
Yeah, no, great, thanks. And I think that's a really good point, because if we look back, towards the beginning of wind and solar industry, I've only been in it for about 25 years, but it goes back about 40 years now. You can see how that developed. And you can even further back to the nuclear industry and to the LNG industry, which are now 65 years old. And effectively, they were driven by the wealthier countries who, either for environmental reasons or energy security reasons, decided they wanted these pathways for energy to be developed. And for a really long time, it took a concerted effort on a policy level and a subsidy level to make this happen. Now, the difference between at least 3 of those technologies and what we're trying to do with green hydrogen is that whether you're doing wind, solar, or nuclear, you're subsidizing a local industry for local consumption. And all of that value chain stays locally. So if you choose to spend more on your energy, and you eventually, the costs come down through these virtuous cycles, that's a policy choice you can make, and it's sort of easy to understand as a voter or as a citizen. I think one of the troubles we have with green hydrogen, in a way, is that, you've got this problem where, some of the, let's say, global south countries have the resource, but at the moment, there's some expectation that the more developed countries will pave to develop there. But that's not how we developed things in the past. So if we're going to see this kind of, development in the global south in the near term, it's a completely different model to what we've seen happen with the last 4 energy technologies that came out. And then if you look at where, again, if some parallels to those previous developments, is that where in the world today are policymakers, supportive of hydrogen, but also putting financial support behind hydrogen? It's the United States, it's Europe, it's the Middle East increasingly, it's Australia. And so realistically, that's where you're going to see the projects. Some of us may not like that from a development perspective, but the reality is cost of capital matters. And of course, lower risks in more developed countries allow for lower cost of capital, and subsidies and policy support matter. So, I think in the near term, we can probably look to some of the old developments as parallels of how things might play out in the near future.
Right, thank you. And, talking about that questions of infrastructure development and finance and the global south-north trade, I'd if you could give us your thoughts. As you say, your mandate extends from Morocco to Mongolia, yes, the 2 M's, at either end of Eurasia. Huge landmass with a lot of wind and solar and so on. Could you give us your thoughts there on green hydrogen corridors within that huge area? How do they develop, and how do you link up the producing areas and the consuming areas for projects like hydrogen?
Right. I think it's indeed a big region. It's from Mongolia to Morocco, east to west, and it's from the Baltics to Greece, north-south. So, but 2 pronounced global south, global north areas. And to date, we have financed 2 projects, 2 green hydrogen projects, one in Egypt, one in Uzbekistan. There are some lessons learned. We're still sort of learning. But what we are seeing is, the big it all comes down to cost. And on the cost side, we see that the uptake of green hydrogen, at least in our region, is not there. We see, of course, it was mentioned of IRA, there's CBAM in Europe, but we don't know if it's the costs, do we scale up the costs first? Do we scale up to reduce the costs? Or do we create the subsidy environment that would help? To me, it's becoming a bit circular. How do we do that? And we think it should be moving in parallel, meaning there should be sort of, in our countries, there should be enabling environment, and we do a lot on that, helping countries develop hydrogen strategies, for example. But also there have to be larger scale projects in the pipeline. So, I mean, the big immediate question in terms of green corridors for us is, I mean, should we place the production of hydrogen at the point of renewable generation, or should it be at the point of consumption and demand? I mean, our sort of modality, and we've done both types. The project in Egypt, for example, is an export-oriented project with offtake in Europe. The project in Uzbekistan is for a local fertilizer producer, excuse me, which is all local. One point I would like to mention here in terms of green corridors and connecting Global South to Global North and letting Global South countries realize their export potential is not forgetting the decarbonization aspect within the countries themselves. So yes, it's about job creation, it's about greening up the manufacturing base, it's about all this great localization, all great stuff, but importantly also, it's decarbonizing the countries themselves. And here, we think green hydrogen should not be exclusively or export-oriented. I mean, there should be a balance between decarbonization efforts in Europe and growth development agenda in the Global South. So we think it has to be done holistically and comprehensively. And green corridors, I mean, final maybe point, back to the question, where should we produce green hydrogen? It could be, it could be electrons, it could be molecules, it could be transmission lines passing the renew, and we see in our region already the Black Sea cable, the Trans-Caspian cable, to export renewables. But again, I mean, how do the countries themselves benefit? Because our countries, I mean, if Kazakhstan or Morocco, for example, which are seriously looking at green hydrogen, if they commit the gigawatts of capacity for green exports to Europe, but while continuing to import, in Morocco's case, coal, or in Kazakhstan, continuing to burn available coal, what's the point? Or Egypt, exporting green hydrogen to EU and buying expensive gas as import.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's a very important point on the financing side. And Yusuf, you work very extensively on financing of green hydrogen projects in various places including around the MENA region. Could you give us your thoughts on what underpins the financing of those projects and how that depends on the end use and the final destination?
Sure, thank you. You're right, it comes down to the same drivers. What underpins the financing? Obviously, offtake, commercial viability, that's where it starts, right? Of course, you need to have the right contractual structure and the right risk allocation, etc., but when I was learning project finance, one of the senior guys teaching to us had come and said, look, there's no such thing as take or pay, it's take or mitigate. So commercial viability is where it starts, and as part of that offtake, and actually the midstream, the corridors that we're talking about, be they pipelines, be they ships, etc., they require willing buyers at a price that's attractive to them. There's no way around that. The key challenge that we are facing, obviously, is the famous delta or premium that's needed in the interim, and who will pay for it. And especially in the context of globalization being questioned and public finances being stretched, cross-border subsidies become a challenge. And actually, I'm glad that Ida is here. I mean, that kind of context where multilateralism is essential, I mean, the role of MDBs is key.
Yeah. And I think, Gori, if you could give us your thoughts on this, and I'm specifically thinking of the discussion that we had just a few minutes ago. You at IRENA, of course, have done a tremendous amount of work on renewable energy and supportive policies for that globally. And I think back to the days when 10 megawatts was a big solar project, and now we do gigawatts and don't even think about it. You talked about scaling up. Could you give us some of your thoughts about how do we get on the same track with scaling up green hydrogen?
So thanks, and thanks for having me here. We've actually just come out of the IRENA assembly that saw policymakers, ministers from almost 140 countries discussing on various issues, including energy security. Of course, that's now become a big concern, and the role that green hydrogen can play in it. And what we did hear a lot from the countries is their very strong concern on how hydrogen can actually be a way to do local creation, just as Ida said. So it cannot be like you had Mauritania, which is of course an ideal site for producing green hydrogen given the huge renewable energy sources that they have, and exporting it to Europe. But at the same time, I think they don't want to do it without having a very clear plan of development, and to be able to also get the energy access to the people in Mauritania. So I think it's for a lot of countries in the south, it's about balancing how you move forward with getting green hydrogen, and whether it should be just export oriented. But what I do want to highlight here is just a couple of things. From our analysis, what we have really seen is with the growing regionalization of the energy relations, that you would see moving from now to 2050 a much more emphasis on green hydrogen being produced for local consumption and domestic consumption. So we estimate almost 2/3 of the global capacity being used domestically, and about 1/3 that gets moves cross-border. We estimate that about half of that would come with pipelines, and the remaining getting shipped as ammonia. So if you're talking about large-scale usage of hydrogen domestically, I think the policy framework that's supportive of getting the usage of green hydrogen done for decarbonization of the manufacturing sector, or to be able to have the fertilizer industry getting decarbonized. Those are all very major strategy moves that countries will have to take. Because if you don't get to the scale, you're really not getting to cost competitive green hydrogen. And a country which has the potential to have green hydrogen produced in the country using its renewable sources would want to not just have an export strategy. And if you talk about the Middle East, for example, where the UAE has this hydrogen leadership roadmap, what they're really doing is about leveraging the energy infrastructure that exists in the country and in the region, looking at the skilled manpower that's there, and leveraging it to export blue hydrogen currently to Europe. So it's very different strategies, but at the end of it, I think it's going to be all about cost and bringing down cost rapidly, and that cannot happen just on building bilaterals which are very specific and have two sets of countries maybe involved in it, but you just need to bring in much more domestic usage for getting that kind of scale.
Thank you. And thinking further on that point, Luc, you obviously at EDF, you're a French company, but you're CEO of the Middle East here. And you've got a very strong track record in renewables in this region. When you come to hydrogen, how do you think about that balance of local use versus exports, and what kind of drives you to make a decision on one or the other?
Interestingly, we are both one of the largest utility in Europe and the largest developer, or one of the leading developer of renewable energy in the global south. So
we are on both sides of the table on this topic. All of this, in fact, if we summarize, is about the location of the renewable resources and the location of the end use. So how do you, when you're talking about green energy, how do you manage this difference of localizations of the end use and the resources? So all of this is about this transfer. And in fact, there are three ways to manage these transfers. The first one is to transfer the electricity. And there are several projects of HVDC lines. Everybody knows about the link, but also the transmission lines between Egypt and Greece, or there are several projects ongoing. The second way is to use hydrogen or another product to transfer this energy between Global South and Global North. But we all know also the challenges about transport of hydrogen that cannot be completely overcome. And the last way is to transfer the end use. And all of us, we know that, for example, transferring data is much easier than transferring electricity or energy. So our conviction as EDF is that we have to work on those three aspects of the transfer. We cannot focus on only one solution because all those topics have their own challenges. So we have to work on those three ways. So we are highly involved in HVDC projects, despite let's say the huge technical issues and also shortage in the supply chain. We are highly involved in the H2 business and developing projects in several locations, in Oman, in Morocco, in Egypt, for example, but also in Australia, in Chile. So in all the strategic locations that we have been identifying. And we are also highly involved in developing usage of electricity in the Global South, which is, let's say, probably the most efficient, economically efficient solution if you identify the right usage. And data centers is clearly something we need to work on, because data centers, transferring data is extremely easy. So developing data centers close to the location of renewable energy in the Global South is probably a very good way to manage this. So we are working on those three solutions. And regarding H2 specifically, I think the main challenges now we need to overcome is not technical, is the difference in the costs between blue and green hydrogen, and which leads to the value you put in the carbon. In fact, so all of this is about subsidizing or putting a cost on the carbon impact of blue hydrogen and let's say a carbon generation. And until Europe and Japan and let's say main end user of hydrogen are not putting a very strong value and tangible value on the carbon, we don't believe that the market will be really unlocked.
Yeah, thanks. That's a very interesting, point about data as well. And specifically when we think about this region, I think we think about green corridors and we think of fuels and so on. But data is also part of these corridors, and we know there's various projects for international interconnectivity, which include pipelines and sea routes, but also data. And thinking about the Middle East, I'd like to really open this to the whole panel, whoever would like to comment on this. The Middle East has some important international transport routes, obviously the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, the Suez Canal, and land routes across the Middle East as well. And what are the panels thinking about the Middle East's role in green hydrogen corridors as an area that can quite easily supply East Asia, Japan, Korea, and so on, South Asia, and Europe as well? Is the Middle East going to be a central core region for these developing global hydrogen corridors? Gary?
No, I think the Middle East actually sits in a very advantageous position, given that many countries in the region have now come up with very clear strategies on what's the kind of trajectory they want to take on hydrogen. And as I mentioned, these are also countries which have a huge base of skilled workforce, and also the kind of cost of capital that they can access is remarkably, as compared to any other developing country. I think this is a huge advantage. But also the fact that, there's already emphasis on going from the blue to the green route. That is clearly a way forward where these countries can start establishing themselves as also the energy centers for the future. And, building it into a strong energy for the future kind of a strategy is something that will put this region, which has well-developed infrastructure, the ports and shipping routes that come through this place. I think they really stand at a very advantageous position.
If I can further echo that. So when we were starting to work on green hydrogen, we were just wondering where to start, right? Which country to focus on. And we just quickly started thinking about what matters. And we then published it. We generally don't publish things, but we published a ranking of countries and criteria to determine that. So what matters? Clearly, general investability matters, and the Gulf certainly ticks that box. Potential for local consumption, we have discussed, that's very important. Infrastructure, quality of infrastructure, and I guess with that geostrategic positioning is really important. And levelized cost of electricity. So these are big ticks, clearly, for the Middle East. What could be done in addition is perhaps a bit of regulatory support towards more local consumption or more incentive to locally decarbonize as well. Generally, you're absolutely right. The thesis initially had been, look, decarbonization is for the global north. The global south shouldn't be constrained by that, but actually it's the right thing to do. I remember anecdotally growing up in Turkey, in Ankara actually, which was an extremely polluted city, heating with local coal. And one day the government decided to bring in natural gas from Azerbaijan and Russia at great cost to the Turkish economy, and we all benefited through clean air, right? It's then a matter of putting a price on it in a context where the government finances are extremely constrained and the cross-border subsidy allocation topic needs to be dealt with. But yeah, I mean, so the Middle East, in summary, is exceptionally placed. Is it the only exceptionally placed location? Probably not, but it's geostrategically as well very advantageous.
And I mean, the Middle East and the Gulf, particularly a big centre of the maritime industry as well. I wonder, again, if the panel has thoughts around how do you develop that maritime supply chain in terms of, you need port infrastructure. If you're shipping ammonia, that's quite a different thing from shipping oil and gas, oil and LNG. If you're shipping pure hydrogen, another challenge again. How do you ensure that ships can refuel if a ship is designed around ammonia? Can it get ammonia at every port that it calls at? What does this region need to do to ensure that it has the right port infrastructure and logistics?
Look, maybe I'll step in here. Look, I think nobody would doubt that this region has the capacity to do all of this infrastructure. I mean, those of us that live in the region, have seen it grow. I mean, I think outside of China, this is the other part of the world where you look at the capacity to deliver mega projects and it's phenomenal. So to underestimate this region, would be a huge mistake. And we've also seen the world's first mega green hydrogen project happening in Saudi Arabia. So, I mean, there's a clear demonstration of this region's capacity to deliver. But I think one of the earlier panels, Alicia Eastman was on that panel, and she was talking about a lot of the work that the IMO and the shipping companies are doing to advance their agenda. Because I think one of the issues we've got, sort of coming back to that theme of global disconnectedness for green hydrogen versus how the electron sector developed, is look at SAF. SAF's a great example. In Europe, everyone's going to have to use SAF, so all airlines are penalized a little bit, consumers get penalized a little bit, but it's a choice. But in the Middle East, if one airline takes the lead, it's taking an economic hit versus its competitors. So everybody here also has to work together, and there has to be some coordination taking place. Otherwise, why are people taking that first step and penalizing their own economies? So the shipping industry is one of those industries, though, that if at a global level, they all, the biggest shipping companies do come together, let's say under an IMO umbrella, you can see a situation where everybody's willing to pay a little bit more. And in that situation, the Middle East is super well positioned to sell methanol, ammonia to the shipping industry. As you said, it's in the right place. The infrastructure capacity is amazing. The renewable energy capacity is amazing. And governments here are world leading now. The policy that's coming out of the Middle East is really, really accelerating.
Yes, that's a great thought. Ida, perhaps you have some thoughts around this. How do you, as a multilateral financial institution, how do you help drive that kind of coordination and get countries aligned on, yes, we need to invest in certain low-carbon approaches like this one?
Well, I mean, a big part of our job is the policy engagement. It's actually talking to the governments, helping them define the vision, the hydrogen strategies. But it still comes down to the money. And we're also investing in financing. But it comes down to this circularity that I mentioned before, that you offtake, bankers want offtake. To get offtake, you need market, you need demand creation. To get demand creation, you need to have low costs. To get low costs, you need scale. To get scale, you need demand creation. So to break that circularity, yeah, you have to move in parallel, but to break that circularity, you really, I mean, it's a question of government support at some point, and really enabling environment to help scale things up, so that the hydrogen is capable of competing with alternative fuels. In our geography, yes, we know a lot of shipping companies looking how to decarbonize, but it's not everywhere. And we have countries who continue to burn diesel, because there's no explicit carbon cost to that. And the biggest market failure, climate change is the biggest market failure. Why? Because nobody's pricing, except for EU, for example, CBAM. So where we work, we're helping our countries, especially those who plan to start exports into EU, and when it comes in 26, CBAM, their manufacturing base has to be prepared for it. So we help them green up in places like Turkey, like Central Asia. Things have to change. They have to start burning something green, which would be hydrogen. But it's really down to pricing the carbon by the governments, and that's where we come in.
Yeah, and we're nearly out of time now, but I think it's just one more thing that I would like to ask Luca. I think you have a perspective on this. Aida talks about pricing carbon. Is there one policy, whether from your consuming side or your producing side, that would really help you in advancing your green hydrogen projects?
To be frank, it's the whole regulatory environment in Europe or in Japan that needs to be built and fast, because on different note at what has been said, there are huge resources here, but Middle East is not going to wait for Europe or Asia to move. Projects are moving very fast. Local consumption of energy can move very fast also. We have seen the ATC project announced yesterday. So I don't see Middle East participating or waiting for Europe to build these corridors, while there is a whole industry that can be built here. So let's see, but I think it's urgent that Europe and Asia moved on those regulatory topics to unlock the market.
Right. Thank you. So that's all we've got time for today, but thanks very much to my panelists. Really a very interesting and in-depth discussion and some real expertise from actual projects and developments on the ground. And I think we're in a very appropriate place to talk about these green corridors, and hopefully indeed we'll see some of them emerging and developing over the next few years. So thank you to all the audience and to my panelists.
Thank you again to Robin and his esteemed guests for their contribution today. And that, ladies and gentlemen, draws proceedings to a close, the final panel and the final segment of the Green Hydrogen Summit at Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week 2025. We very much hope that you have found insight in the panel discussions and the keynote speakers and from everybody that you've heard from today. And we do hope that you are inspired and hopefully will supercharge your sustainable journey in your respective fields. Because when we zoom out, we realize that there are solutions. It's just a matter of unlocking them, and together, by leveraging the tools that we have, innovative technology, collaboration through partnership, we know that we can transform our energy systems. And of course, center stage is green hydrogen. So without further ado, it just remains for me to say thank you again on behalf of Masdar, the Green Hydrogen Summit, Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week, and everybody behind the scenes who has made today possible. We look forward to seeing you again next time, but in the meantime, we wish you every continued success. It's been an honor. My name is Rebecca McLaughlin-Eastham. Thank you and good night.